Can we see any of the comments or no?
If you pull it up
on the YouTube.
Okay, I got the YouTube up here. I'll
this
turn it
episode
down.
of the Star Wars Time Show, Matt and Nick will be talking to Star Wars Fan Art Award winner Trevor Williams, aka the 1/6 Shooter, to learn more about his fandom and his photography skills. After that chat, Matt and Nick will guide you through the latest episode of The Bad Batch, the one with the cowboy guy, to talk about that said guy and speculate what may be in store for him and another famous bounty hunter. They'll clue you in on some upcoming Bad Batch episode titles too, so prepare for some speculation madness for the BB. Matt has some War of the Bounty Hunter storytime planned to recap where the miniseries is at to date. And finally, a few Disney Plus content updates will be discussed, and Matt will rant about some of the new toy releases before the duo shift into the fan segment, which will feature fan responses to the question of the week in this week's version of the Top 5 Star Wars Fan Artist Features. Punch it, Chewie! Hey now, everybody! It is time for a new episode of the Star Wars Time Show. And if you're watching live, which you should be if you're a cool kid, you'll see we have our guest presentation screen up today. That's because we've got 1/6 Shooter on the line, aka Trevor Williams, to just kind of sit and talk with us today, talk Star Wars, talk a little toy photography, but mostly Star Wars, because he's a fan just like the rest of us. So, Trevor, it's great to finally have you on the SWTS. I know we've tried to do this before. At some point in time, I tried to get Trevor on as a co-host because I know he is a capable podcaster and live streamer based on his other projects, like the 1/6 pack that he did with who was that? Eye of Uatu and Capes and Rifles. So it's good to finally have you on these not heavily listened to airways, but at least you're on the SWTS for the first time, and so thank you.
I'm used to it with the 1/6 pack, so
yeah, you like
you guys have a much better audience than we have.
You like doing shows for no one, just like we do, but it's because we love what we do, right? We love these franchises that we kind of coalesce together over, in particular Star Wars. So it's good to have you here. Obviously, he knows his Star Wars, he knows his toy collecting, he knows his photography. So I think he's going to bring some great insights to episode 167, where we'll be talking Bad Batch, S1E8, and the return of the cowboy. We've got some updates on the Vision series. I've got story time for you because, the War of the Bounty Hunter comic book run, they're dropping an issue a week. So we've got some fun stuff to talk about. But first and foremost, let's learn a little bit more about Trevor and the Star Wars, because quite frankly, if you're in toy photography, you've probably heard this man on a plethora of other shows. I still contend we were one of the first to ever do an interview with toy photography. Then it just kind of caught fire with everyone else, and everyone copied us and stole our ideas. But fuck it, that's why we talk Star Wars. So, hey, Trevor. You're OT era like myself, so I typically ask our guests, how long have you been a Star Wars fan? Is this are you lifelong? Are you a card? There you go, right there.
The shirt says
that's all you got to see.
I was actually there May 25th. May 25th, 1977 was my birthday.
Oh wow!
I'm not gonna say which birthday it was, but as far as I remember it, we went to the drive-in to see Star Wars. I think it was on my birthday, but it could have been the day after, so I might be a liar by a day. But Yeah, ever since then, man. Ever since Darth Vader walked into the Tantive, I was like, I'm hooked. I'm in. I'm gold.
Was there
Give me everything.
Was there anything
buy everything.
before that, Trevor? Were there any like fantasy series, other sci-fi? Maybe I know you you at least like collecting Star Trek. Were you into that type of stuff before Star Wars, or was Star Wars the thing that was like little Trevor went, holy shit?
I mean, if you were around there wasn't much good, before Star Wars in terms of effects and stuff. And if you had any modicum of, taste or knowledge, you'd look at things and go, I mean, it was cool. Like Star Trek, but Star Trek was a little heady for me at that age. Like I was really little and it was cool and everything. And I would watch it for the lasers. Actually, the cartoon I think I was more into, whenever the hell that was. I think that was after Star Wars actually. But I mean, before that, I'm trying to think. I don't even remember sci-fi before Star Wars, and then it all opened everything. Then it was Battlestar Galactica and
Right.
Buck Rogers stuff on TV. Everything that they could jam down your throat that had anything nearly close to.
Yeah, I guess 2001 would probably be something that predated Star Wars, that looked like it was really in space. And it wasn't just, models on strings like pew, pew, pew. Look at my little ships flying across.
Exactly. And I think that, again, like my age, like now I appreciate that, hugely. But for a kid, I don't think there was anything really, really good in the way of sci-fi that I can remember that kind of appealed to you in a very simple, heroic way that wasn't like really old, like the old, not even sci-fi, like Superman and the 1966 Batman and stuff like that I used to watch religiously.
So was it the family that kind of was like, hey, little Trevor, you want to go check out this space movie?
No.
Or were you like, hey, you guys got to take me to this?
It was me, because back then, I think the timelines are a little skewed, but I think the comic book came out they used to release the book and stuff before the movies. Obviously, Star Wars was the first movie, so that, of course, they released the book to hype up people to go see the movie. But even when, and I dug these out for you guys today. I don't know, I'm a little delayed here, but this is my actual first copy. It's got tape on it. It's got ink spots inside and stains and everything. But this is the book, man. This is what I read. And I think I saw something, either a commercial or saw a comic or a Starlog magazine, which I also dug out for you guys.
Look at this. He even brought show and tell stuff. I love it.
Oh, I got props, man. I got props. But I think it was something like that. And I was just like, I got to see this. But you had very little to go by back then. It wasn't like there weren't 5-minute trailers like we have now.
Right. So you were kind of the driver of, hey, we need to go check this shit out. It looks pretty rad. And now, did the people you go with, I'm assuming it was family, were they like, holy shit, Trevor, you were right? Or at the end, were they like, why did you take us to this thing?
Well, so little, nothing mattered after I started watching it. So I don't even know what the reaction. My dad is always kind of like wasn't like a real sci-fi nerd or anything like that, but he enjoyed stuff like that, to the point where people, your average person does. My little brother was with me, but he was really little, so I don't know what he remembers of that, but I don't even remember. It was at a drive-through with those crappy little speakers that you used to have to put inside the car. It didn't even come through your radio or anything at the time.
It's almost shameful to think about, but at that point in time, we'll let that slide. We didn't have the THX or these days the Dolby Cinema, but
theaters they didn't have those giant screens. Even theaters weren't great. Right. I mean, they were okay, but it's sad that I saw it that way the first time, and we did see it again, but again, like, it was in and out of the theaters, and then it came back, and it was still a great experience. I mean,
by the time you went to see it,
pajamas,
you went day one then, right? You were there opening night.
I was pretty much either there I think what I've read is that my memory may be off, that it didn't release everywhere until a few days after it released on the 25th in like the big theaters. So I may have seen it a few
just
days
interested if
after that.
you remember, like if you're screening, like the Mania had it hit by that point, where there are people in the driving in the drive-ins, with fake lightsabers already or homemade robes and all that stuff.
No, there was nothing. I mean, from the toy standpoint, there was nothing. I mean, you got a cardboard cutout if you sent away for, if you bought that.
Right, it's like, hey, you can get these. You can get these
yeah.
eventually, but they're not here yet. I do remember the old Kenners.
I remember the very first thing I got, Star Wars memorabilia, and I could have pulled that out too, and I probably should have. But Wonder Bread used to have Star Wars cards in them. There was like a dozen cards that would come in I was just thinking about this today. Can you imagine, like, if there were food that you could open in the store that came with a collectible these days, and how dangerous that would be?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I used to love the cereal toys.
Yeah, I was going to say,
cereal
cereal toys used to be one of my favorite things about being alive. Yeah. I remember all the fights with my sister of, who was going to be able to cop the toy, that particular cereal box. That does seem to have just gone away. Like it just disappeared. Because I even remember through the prequel era of releases, you could still get light up lightsaber spoons in cereal, or you could send away for plastic plates, or I have a Darth Vader cookie jar sitting on my toilet tank right now. You're right. They don't really do that anymore, and I wonder why. Why they stopped the giveaways and toys?
I was thinking about it with the bread. Like, I mean, it was literally twist ties. I mean,
people just going in and right
existed then, you'd be getting people digging, because that's what I used to do. My mother bring home the Wonder Bread. My arm would go down the Wonder Bread to get the card that it was the bottom thing, and I would come back and it would all be smushed.
Trevor!
Yeah, exactly. Who did this? My very first card that I pulled was Tarkin, though, which was kind of a bummer, because it's like all you want is Vader or a ship or the
you get the boring guy, the boring old guy.
I carried that thing around like it was a piece of gold, man, for days. I just looked at it and looked at it.
I remember. Do you remember the sticker books? Like you'd buy the packs of cards and you have to put the stickers in and make a scene, right? Like I love those. I remember those too. So, all right.
Yep. Colorful.
So if I were a betting man, I would bet that your favorite Star Wars movie is probably from the original trilogy. And are you one of these Empire guys, or do you go off script a bit?
No, I'm an Empire guy. Empire, like, I remember seeing Star Wars in bits and pieces, and the feeling of it as a kid, but Empire I did go to on my birthday. All I wanted to do. And the problem was that this book came out in probably Barnes and Noble in the mall, and I picked it up. And by that time, I was old enough to know better. And it was days before, or the day before, I picked it up, and we're driving to the theater, and I'm just like doing this. I'm just flipping through.
Did you spoil it?
Oh no!
I fucking spoiled it for myself. I spoiled it. And I literally, I had the book like this, and I was flipping through it, and I saw it, and I'm like, I threw the book in the car. I'm like, no, I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
So what did it have?
Like Matt with Tross.
Did it have like some images in it, or you just happened to turn to the page and it said, "I am your father" or something?
I just happened to turn to the page where it said, "No."
Dude, that is the worst. And then this is like pre-internet. This is like not even fucking home computers yet, and you managed to spoil Empire.
It for myself with a book.
See, I told you words and shit are no good for people.
George Lucas needs to think, release it the day after the movie release or something, like putting it out that far ahead.
Couldn't help myself.
Trevor, that might be the first ever Star Wars spoiler in all of history.
Maybe. Yeah. You don't understand. Like, back then you waited 3 years, and 3 years first of all, 3 years is a long time anyway. 3 years for a little kid who wants to see anything Star Wars.
A lifetime.
It was an eternity, and you'd read every Starlog book, to read any theory on anything, just to get some Star Wars. So yeah, when the book is right there. I could just take a quick peek.
Oh, you did it.
But we got to the theater, we watched the movie, and when Yoda came on and Dagobah, I was just like, I was done.
So
man.
you
This
weren't
is
the kid in the line then going, "Hey, everybody, Darth Vader's Luke's dad. Darth Vader's Luke's dad. I read it in the book. It's in the book." Oh, that's a good little story. That really has to be one of the first ever spoilers, because a lot of you younger listeners, if there are any, I know we have some of the older listeners too from my era that remember what it was like to grow up without the internet at your fingertips. And like Trevor's saying, I mean, back then, 3 years in between films with no internet and really just basic TV. I mean, most people didn't even have cable. You, as Trevor said, you had nothing. You had to look for cards in bread bags to get anything Star Wars content related, because it was such a different era in humanity, not just in Star Wars, in humanity. We couldn't.
Think of this.
We couldn't
the
just.
Holiday special was great.
Yeah. You're like, hey, it's something Star Wars.
I loved the holiday special because it was something Star Wars, anything Star Wars, Star Lord,
right?
Anything that had Star Wars on it, man.
All right.
All of the people bitching now, we give you Star Wars content every week.
Exactly.
And Trevor had to wait 3 years to get anything.
And then he spoiled it with the book. That is the best. You wait all that time, you get the book, and the words and shit do you in. I absolutely love that. All right, so did little Trevor have the same favorite Star Wars character as older Trevor does now? Do you still have a character you're like, this has always been my guy or gal since the first time I saw them on screen?
Yeah, my brother and I always used to play Star Wars, obviously, when they had the cool guns that you could buy that really looked like the guns. And I was always Han Solo, and I always made him, because I was the first, I was the oldest, and I always made him be Chewbacca because he was the second. So, yeah, Han Solo's always been my favorite, and I think probably to this day. Yeah,
I like that, because that's I think to me it's an atypical answer. A lot of fans.
Oh yeah,
I do. Don't you think, Nick? I mean, don't most people gravitate toward like me, the Darth Vader?
It's usually Vader or Luke, but there are Han Solo is quickly becoming a favorite again, though, and I think that once we get more content around him, even if it is Alden and they come back for a new Solo series, people are going to start to younger people are going to start to appreciate him more.
As a fan of The Scoundrel, were you a Solo fan?
Oh yeah, I was disappointed. I was disappointed with everything that went down with that, because my mind is open to all this stuff. I'm not a sequel hater. I'm not a big prequel fan, but I can see the good in things here and there. Right. But yeah, I was really disappointed that went down. I mean, before it went out there, I know that they were talking about that other actor. I can't remember his name. And, seeing him in a couple of scenes and whatever small movies he was in, wow, dude sounds just like Harrison Ford. That's cool. And he's got a look. But that's not everything, Maybe the guy can't act. Right. I don't know.
I know who you're. I know who you're talking about.
Job, and I was sucked into it. Yeah.
Eastwood, huh? Wasn't it like Eastwood?
No, it's like a dude who I believe got famous on YouTube by doing impressions of other famous people, and he does a.
That was a different guy. That was a whole other guy. There was an actor.
Okay.
I believe, who had been in legit movies, and can't remember what they were, but he, there was a couple of scenes people were saying, see, this guy should play him. But from what I heard, he wasn't a great actor. I thought, his name slips my mind. I thought they did a great job. Alden. I thought they did a great job with that movie.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it for what it was. It was a great Star Wars adventure. It wasn't too heady. It kept you, I think, out of the weeds of of any arguments about technical details and how could they do this and how could that happen. As far as I remember, I got to go back and watch it again, but that's what I liked. I just got lost in it, and it was great. And then Maul shows up, and I'm like, dude, yes, I can't wait for the second one. And then it's like, yeah.
In my opinion, Solo was the most fun that I had watching Star Wars in a while. Because it was that's what the movie was built around. The movie was built around being fun. Exactly. Following along with this character Han Solo, that is essentially the most fun character in the whole series, and you get to see his life from when he was younger, and everything progressed from there. And it was unlike even TFA, where it was a little bit faster paced. There was a little bit more action than you were used to seeing in the original trilogy and stuff like that. Like Solo was just like a really fun ride. And it is kind of unfortunate that it really had the back blow and the unfortunate circumstance from TLJ and all the shit around that. But I just like everybody that I've ever talked to that initially was like, oh, I'm not going to see it. It's going to be stupid, blah, 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 all the other problems. When they eventually see it, they're like, man, that was a really fun movie. Like, I liked it. And everybody always says, I like it more than I thought I would. Yeah. Which is interesting.
Yeah, and those people are assholes.
I think the other thing is, like, as I was watching it, it's a dangerous thing to take a character that beloved and, try to flesh it out and go back and say, this is what he did. And it's fraught with danger. Like, you could say, he would never do that. There really wasn't anything in there that I felt like pulled me out and said, Han Solo wouldn't do that, or he wouldn't have been involved in that, or whatever. It was completely plausible, and it worked well. And like you said, it was just a fun space adventure, which made me feel like I did when I was a kid, like watching. I loved Rogue One, but Rogue One was heavy. It was a heavy.
Oh yeah, way more serious tone. Way more serious tone.
Yeah, and this was just fun, and it made me think of Han Solo, and it made me forget that he wasn't Han Solo, and as much as he didn't look or sound like him, I'm not about that. I'm a person, like, if you replace somebody in a TV show because that person leaves, I'd rather see the character go on than have it has to be that actor play that character.
Don't you think an angry, de-aged Harrison Ford, how fun would that have been? Like, could you imagine angry Harrison de-aged in this movie? How fun that would have been to watch. Oh. Like, the whole time he's just been like,
it would have been cool.
Those would have been his only lines.
They would have had to do to him like they did to Luke and Mando, because Alden did a lot of running around in that, and I don't know if Harrison he would have been stumbling.
How dare you? He's filming Indiana Jones right now, and I guarantee he's got the bullwhip out and he's swinging across chasms like a pimp.
He'll be fine as long as he doesn't have to fly a plane and land it somewhere.
Right. Yeah, that guy in flying. I mean, he can fly. Landing, he definitely struggles with. Crash landing.
Literally the line from Indiana Jones: "Fly, yes; land, no."
Yeah, exactly.
He lives that. He lives that mantra. All right, now that's a good little solo tangent. I just saw today actually that Daenerys is like, that is one character I've played that I want to return to, because Amelia was essentially saying, like, Kiera, she had so much cooked up in her head for the character to act her out in Solo, thinking that it was going to continue. That she's like, I've got so many ideas, and I had I don't know if she was saying scripts, but she's like, I had all these pages of stuff that we could have done. It's like, yeah, well,
she's not busy. Alden's not busy.
I know. How could they drop it completely? They've got to do something with Disney Plus. They don't have enough Star Wars on Disney Plus. Not as much as they probably. I know there's stuff coming, but.
Yeah, you're talking active.
To you take his girlfriend and you make her the head of an evil empire who's under Maul, and it's like, yeah, and now he's going to see Jabba, and it's maybe we'll get back to that later. Like, no,
at some other point in the future. Like, what?
No, it was right.
Look, all the Star Wars content,
comic book, but if they had to, I just have to see the end of that story somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it's been nice seeing Kiera kind of resurrected in this War of the Bounty Hunter run, but she's at a place that we should have seen how she got there through the Solo property, at least another Solo film, because by the time she resurges in the galaxy, she is running Crimson Dawn. We know that Maul has been taken out by Kenobi on Tatooine, and for some reason, Crimson Dawn kind of went undercover. They just disappeared.
So that's all prequel. That's in the meantime, in the middle of the before she becomes that, or
no,
that's OT.
Yeah, War of the Bounty Hunters. Its timeline is right after Empire Strikes Back. So from the end of Solo, when we see her go off to meet Maul, She eventually takes over Crimson Dawn because we know Maul gets killed or he goes nuts and leaves. She takes it over, but Crimson Dawn loses their standing in the galaxy. Like, they just disappear. And that's why this War of the Bounty Hunters event, where everyone's like, you know, the Hutts, the Empire, the Rebels, they're like, Crimson Dawn, why? Well, how they're coming back? Like, oh shit, they used to be a pretty big player in the universe. Like, their leader, there's no way he could had been hiding for this long because they still think Maul is running the show. But no, Kira does take over.
So give me not keeping up in the comic books, and trying to get into the Old Republic stuff, but it's delayed on Marvel Unlimited. So they're playing like with the fact that past this planned trilogy of Solo, she lives.
Yes,
which I guess now that's canon.
Yes.
Like, okay,
the Marvel,
spoiler alert,
right.
She's not going to die.
Right. The Marvel comics are canon. And yes, as of right now, all of the runs, so the Vader run, the Star Wars, the Bounty Hunters, the Aphra, and this
I've read some of those,
this War of the Bounty Hunters miniseries, their timelines are all post ESB, pre ROTJ, and this is when all this is happening.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point though, Trevor, because we always worked with the assumption that like, oh well, Kira's got to be dead, right? Like, there's no way that she makes it out of the Solo trilogy alive, right? Because Leia and everything else, and you would assume that with Solo being the way he was, she had to go out somehow. But yeah, I mean, this essentially
like last week when I did Storytime, I think she literally says, looking at Han frozen in carbonite, using him as a pawn, Han always wanted to save me. So she's using his ass to make Crimson Dawn a player again in the galaxy. That's why she stole Han from Boba Fett.
See, I don't know how much I like that, because I would have expected, and again, this is just my idea, in your head, which is always the problem with Star Wars fans. It's like, it should have been like this. But I would have kind of expected, due to, like, just as an arc, and they start out together, and then she becomes this criminal mastermind head. She's got to die, right? In his arms or something like that. It's got to have.
But I like this play arc, because you know what it does is it takes it, and it takes that arc where it's like, oh, it makes sense for her to die. But now it gives Solo a different reason to distrust people, because clearly what happened now is that she put her interests of, becoming whoever she wants to be over him, and then he had to realize that
literally
the hard way,
using him as a chess piece. Literally, I mean, he is a brick of carbonite.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that would really sour him on relationships. Like, he was dedicated, he was all in, and then to see this girl literally just be like, "Oh, I'm gonna use you for my own, my own steps to get to where I want to go." That would really put him off.
I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe Han kind of had an idea when he saw her flying away that she was going to work with Crimson Dawn, and he's just like, you know what? I can't date a girl like that. And then he just moved on with Chewie to go to Jabba and become a smuggler. But you have to argue that unless someone tells him, Han has no idea what's going on. Right? He has no idea that he is being passed around the galaxy as like this bargaining chip between all the major factions. Like I said last week, the Empire's after him, the Rebels are after him, Bounty Hunters are after him, Dr. Aphra and one of his other girlfriends is after him, the Hutts are after him. So Han Solo literally is the focus of the entire known galaxy at this point in time, and he has no idea. He would love it. Han, I mean, he would love being the center of attention, like people like wanting him for some sort of power play. But that's we'll talk about it down this episode. I've got another recap for everyone to catch you up on the War of the Bounty Hunters miniseries. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cool. All right, Trevor.
They actually interact. He's all in carbon.
Yeah, he looks just like he does when we find him in Jedi. He's like this. Like, if you're on the live stream, I did my best Han Solo and Carbonite impression, but yeah, he is frozen and sleeping. He has no clue what is happening right now.
Now I'm looking forward to the comic book section.
Yeah, Trevor. I mean, I typically only read the Vader and the main Star Wars runs, but because of this War of the Bounty Hunter miniseries, which is crossing over with Bounty Hunters, with Aphra, with Vader, with Star Wars, and its own issues, I've been reading them all, and it's been some of the best at least comic book style storytelling from the OT era I've come across. So plus it's made me really respect and appreciate the bozo version of Mr. Fett. All right, I mean they're really portraying Boba Fett as the Mac Daddy that everyone told me he was during the original trilogy. So that's another bonus to this.
Let me ask you something. Does Jackson show up at all in this anywhere?
No,
the rabbit.
Not yet. No. So far it's been Dengar. He's already killed Forlom and Zuckuss, Valance, and I think that's it so far. That's been in the chase.
Okay.
All right. So clearly, Trevor's big fan of the Solo. I appreciate that. I like what he says. Like, I'm open to Star Wars, and I think that's what a lot of fans they don't get to that point for some reason. They always have a chip on their shoulders.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead.
It's interesting. I read something about Tolkien, and I can't remember the exact quote because I've been re-listening to Lord of the Rings again. And like he said something about world building, like you don't want to fill in all the details because that's when it becomes a problem basically for the reader and for the writer, because suddenly people start picking it apart and say, hey, wait a minute. That's why he never explained really where Gandalf went. I mean, there are explanations for it and people talk about it and they pull things from little things, but it wasn't big exposition as to how that happened. And it's the same, I think Star Wars, I don't know, man, it's gotten to a point where it's, don't think people can let go of, and I find myself doing it too. It's like, wait a minute, how could they do that? Why wouldn't they just, if the hyperdrive, like Bad Batch, we're going to talk about that at some point, something about the engine being just, you could turn that on, you know what I mean? Like after it's sitting in a junkyard, it's like, wait, how could that happen? Just let it go. And just
well, you touched on you touched on it earlier, and right. I always make that point. It's sci-fi after all, my friends. But you said it earlier. A lot of times, as fans, as diehards, longtime fans, we start to create what we think things should be. I did it with the prequels. I was in my early 20s. Mm-hmm. I was pumped. I started in high school when the news came out, and then by the time I was a freshman in college, the first film released. But that entire time, I was sitting there speculating in my head what Anakin's story should be from start to finish, or from start to Vader. And when it didn't play out to my expectations, I got upset. I started talking shit. Yep. I kind of retreated from the franchise. And, I shit on it, and I acted like a lot of these idiots have acted with the sequel trilogy. Like, wow, you're stupid if you like it. That type of shit. And it's just now and through the show and the therapy I've had on the Star Wars Time show and the Clone Wars finishing.
Dr. Nick.
The Clone Wars helped to kind of paint a better picture of the prequel era for me. I've gotten over that shit. But yeah, we do as fans, sometimes we clutch pearls a little too much, and then we start to think that we know better than those that are being paid to write the stories and create these massive worlds that these days with the likes of John and Dave could be extending years and years and years into the future across different franchises. So, if something doesn't happen the way we want it to, we have to be willing to accept that maybe the broader plan will play out and be better than our little heads thought it could be.
Exactly. At the same time, you have to take the caretakers into consideration. And when the prequels are George Lucas, you basically have to sit there and go, well, that's the story, man. You know what I mean? Like that's from the man, you know what I mean? And then when you've got the sequels, which now I'm even more like, I enjoy them. And when you say, well, The Last Jedi didn't play out the way I expected it to, and it didn't. There was several things where I was like, why did they do that? Why did I just throw away that character, this character, whatever? To me, my only issue with that and my only bitch with that is that I don't feel like George had a story in his mind. Whether he changed that along the way here and there, it was, you know, the wills, you know what I mean? Like it was something that he came up with a long time ago. I'm sure it morphed.
Yep.
But I just didn't feel with the sequels that they even had a full story arced out, you know, in their heads.
I think
it's like, don't play like phone. With Star Wars at this point, you can't play the phone game or you know, a guy goes out in the storm and he turns a corner and go. And the next guy he goes and he meets an alien. The first guy goes, well, wait a minute. No, I didn't really want that to go that way. I wasn't really thinking of that.
I think that's exactly what happened. Yeah, because that's what, I mean, JJ recently came out and said, we found out, I don't know if he was talking about we as in his team or we, the collective we of Lucasfilm at that time, found out that you need to go into a project with a plan.
I love that. And that was my favorite.
Yeah, that was big.
Yeah, the fact that he said that, like, you need a plan, basically confirms everything you just said, Trevor, is they kind of did do that. Like they were playing it like that little preschool game where this is how you come up with a story. Like you say something, and then you smash it together. But also, you know, like you said with the prequels, like that's the story now though. And like, I think it's going to be an acceptance period, just like we had for the prequels, where like finally now, I mean, if you think about it, 16 years after the release of Revenge of the Sith, like now people are like, oh man, this is great. Like the prequels were awesome. And there's a lot of supplemental material built around it.
Whoa, Nick.
Awesome may be a strong
what
term.
people you talk like you're talking kids born in like 1999 and beyond, right?
I mean, I will say that one of my friends, she's around your age, and she has grown to love the prequels because of similar journey to you with the Clone Wars, with Rebels, with all of the additional content.
And she describes them as awesome, is what you're saying.
I don't know if awesome is necessarily the term I should have used.
Let's watch your adjectives, buddy. I mean, come on.
They're better than we thought they were.
I'm going to throw one more turn on that whole thought process, though, too. Okay. Is that, again, I think it comes back to the caretaker and who is that driver. You know, George didn't direct The Empire Strikes Back, but he co-wrote it, or at least inspired it, because Star Wars came out, and of course they didn't know if it was going to be a hit or a complete flop. And they had what's his name? God,
Lawrence Kasdan.
No, Splinter the Mind's Eye, written up as a sequel in case the movie bombed, because he just wanted to continue and make some money off this thing, and it had nothing to do with what was going to happen in Empire Strikes Back or any other Star Wars, obviously. But they put it out thinking Star Wars may not be a hit. We'll just put this out so people have more to look at. So George wasn't 100% as to where it was going to go either. And there was a whole lot of shit in the OT that went like, yeah, let's go this way, or let's go that way. But I think it's that driving visionary that I think they have now in Dave and John. That I think it's back. I think that's what.
No, I mean, we've said this 1,000 times before. I mean, the original trilogy, George only wrote and directed the first movie. The other ones, he had other people to come in and help, and they are generally described as ESB as the best. ROTJ is my personal favorite. You know, they're typically considered the best Star Wars films, the OT. With the prequel, he got a little dictator-like, where he wrote and directed all three, and it shows. And it was, if you watch the behind the scenes on any of those, you could tell that was George's show from top to bottom. What he wanted, he got. No one pushed back, and that is not always the best thing. And then fast forward to Disney's turn. They fuck up, and JJ has basically come out and said, oh yeah, we really fucked this up. Where they're like, hey, this is a good idea. Let's take 3 different artists who all think differently, and we'll have them pass an open-ended trilogy to each other. That'll work out. That'll work out, right? Yeah. That'll be cohesive, right, guys? Let's do it.
I think that they were trying to replicate what the OT did, but they didn't have the key piece there, which was the arbiter of the story.
Thank you.
That's the driver,
I'm saying, because they looked at it and they were like, "Oh, look, it was Lucas, and then it was Kirshner, and then it was Kasdan. You had 3 different people all. But
George was the one giving them the meat of the story. Yeah. He knew from A to B where he wanted to go.
I honestly think if they had even had the thought, and I realized it was a separation, and maybe he wouldn't have wanted to do it, but now post, it seems like he did want to have something to do with it. I would have loved if they just brought in George as a consultant, and to just
they jobbed him, dude.
Say,
Iger jobbed him.
Here was my thought, and you can go with it or not, but this is my vision for what Luke would have done.
Oh, he did it all. You don't know this?
No, I know.
They paid him. Iger paid him for treatments and then threw him in the trash can.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's where George was like, "Fuck you guys, I'm out." And you know what? I don't blame him. I mean, I think George is a little kooky, anyways. He's just one of those guys that's like on a different plane. Like he's not a normal human. Seth Rogen just told a great story about meeting him and how George was being serious and telling him that he is building a spaceship to leave the planet Earth. Like, wasn't fucking around. Like, he's just that type of guy. Okay.
He'll be right behind Jeff
He's
Bezos.
a genius. I mean, love him or hate him, George Lucas is a fucking creative genius. He's also a filmmaking genius. All the shit that he invented that people still do today. I mean, everything almost points back to ILM, Lucasfilm, Skywalker Sound, you name it. Most innovations in filmmaking came from that guy's outfits.
To have taken a chance on that stuff back in 77 and even THX 1138, which was a little more in the pocket of 70s sci-fi. But Star Wars, no. Yeah. I mean, you got to be a little wacky.
And he had huge balls because he told Fox, he's like, "Hey, fuck you guys. I don't want a lot of money. I want to maintain rights. Like I'll handle this. Yep. You guys, you promote it, but I want the controller. I'll foot the bill for everything else." And clearly that got him the licensing. He made that deal too. I mean, he was a visionary and making cash, but also making some awesome sci-fi. So let's kind of get back to Trevor's Star Wars profile here. We got his character, we got his film, we got his era. So to you, if you had to sell Star Wars to, like an alien or someone that's like Nick describes as Din Djarin, a bunker boy, what standout moment would you use in your pitch from the franchise? It could be any of the films. It could be the Mando. What would be your elevator pitch to someone that has no clue what Star Wars is all about? How are you going to sell this to them?
To describe Star Wars?
You want to sell it to them like, hey, this moment right here is why you need to invest the next week.
You got to get the movie made
to watch the 9 films.
Man, I didn't think I was going to have to do work for this show.
What's a standout moment? Like, what's something like me? I start to weep anytime I talk about the fight between Vader and Luke in Return of the Jedi.
I'll tell you what, I think and this goes back to our previous discussion about how I kind of wished the sequels played out, but what stands out to me for the OT, which is obviously my favorite, is, farm boy comes from nothing, finds out that he is in the possession of this incredible power that's kind of been either inherited or whatever from his father, who you never knew, and saves the galaxy with the help of some robots and a cool dude and his dog. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, but the whole idea of that he comes from nowhere, and it rhymes, right? Or is it, what is it? It rhymes. With Rey, I always wanted to see, my thought for that was like, she was no one. And at the end of the movie, she wasn't going to be a Palpatine. She was just going to be Rey from nowhere, and she was going to lead a new generation of Jedi. And it was the message being like, you don't have to be a Skywalker or have this royal blood in you to be a Jedi and a hero. And like Luke, we didn't know about that stuff at the time. We just, the fact that Vader was his father was like a tragedy almost, when we saw it. Wasn't like that's why he's so great at at the Force, but that's cool. I want to be like him. But he still had to pull himself up and overcome, the desire to give into the dark side like his father and try to save his father. Whereas Rey, I'm not saying she's a Mary Sue. I buy into the fact that there was some training and there's some blood, obviously, in midichlorians, whatever. But there wasn't enough of the rest of the movie where she really struggled, you know what I mean? And didn't
No, Ray
I
got
don't know.
jobbed.
She didn't give up enough. She didn't give up enough, and
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
she was not properly treated by the writers in the sequel trilogy.
No, and I loved The Force Awakens.
I did too.
I came out of that movie like dancing.
Yeah, like
man.
it's back. I mean, I was like, "Holy shit, Star Wars is back! Thank you." That fucking I can wipe that bad taste of the prequels out of my mouth. Finally, we've got something that feels like Star Wars again. And then even TLJ, I came out like, "Hey, that was fucking different. That was unique." I don't know if I agree with all the decisions with Luke, but hey, it was still a fucking entertaining take on Star Wars. And then
I came out there a little more confused, but like, okay, all right,
right. It's still left Rey as like this no one who could be someone great, and that's what I liked. But then we get Tross, and it turns into this. He's back. It's like vomit, puke, eyes bleeding. Someone get me the fuck out of here.
The thing in TLJ that I really liked, and I thought, okay, this is going to redeem this in the next movie, and they do have a plan, and I think it maybe fills in with my plan. I always thought that like Rey had been a student at the academy and they hid her from Kylo or something, whatever. That didn't work out. Fine, whatever. But that little kid, broom kid, at the end of the movie, pulling the broom, I'm like, and he looks to the stars and I'm like, yes, this is the message. Rey is from nowhere. She's going to lead all these kids who have nothing. They're in these terrible conditions, sweeping, horses at a gambling planet. And, she's going to find all these people and she's going to lead them into this they're all going to be Skywalkers if they're not Jedi, because that was the last Jedi, whatever. And I'm like, that's cool. All these people that don't, necessarily aren't midichlorians or royalty, Jedi royalty, and didn't happen.
I think that there's still room for that though, because I mean, realistically, the thing that hurt this trilogy other than just the writing is the amount of time that passed between movies. Like if you think about the timeline between episodes 4 and 6, you had a lot more time that passed, even though the movies themselves in terms of real time were shorter than the sequel trilogies. The time in world had passed enough to where you could have character development and you could have these different things that sprung out of just natural time passage. And then for between 7 and 9, you had only about a year of time pass, because 7 and 8 happened right after each other. Like there's literally 7 minutes pass between fucking TFA ending and then episode 8 starting. So like you had a lack of timeline that allowed for proper character development. And then also, I mean, like, I still think that something like that can happen if they choose to continue that storyline and that timeline, which they of course
she's
will.
Still like, ruined though. She can never just be a nobody, because now she's got the magic blood, and that, I think that's what Trevor's saying. That's what I've been saying. Like I never liked that. You got to have magic blood to be a hero in Star Wars. It's fucking stupid.
But it doesn't preclude her from doing what you mentioned, like taking the underprivileged and taking these destitute children from around the galaxy.
She's just not going to be one of them. You know what I mean?
She's a Palpatine. A clone Palpatine, which is even dumber. Like she's literally from a clone. Fucking hate it.
Yeah, I mean it was a really poor choice, but the thing is you now have to trust John and Dave.
Well, it's really just I know we give John a little too much credit at this point.
Yeah, it's really good.
Dave Filoni is literally the executive of creative direction or whatever they call it now. Like he is the guy.
So you have to trust him now.
Does love this franchise, man. He loves this franchise.
John Mando is John's baby. He came to Lucasfilm with that idea. They didn't give it to him. So I'm not like. But I think a lot of us are starting to think that John is running Lucasfilm now. I think he's more or less a contractor, where Dave is a Lucasfilm executive.
George Lucas.
Yes.
Jr. He's that visionary. Yeah. He knows everything about everything. Right. And he knows that if he doesn't follow that canon over here, he's going to get in trouble, but maybe it's worth breaking to make a better story.
I'm just glad they finally gave him the nod, because fuck that story group.
Just
let
like
this
they
guy.
Corrected. Like just like they corrected Bitch Boy Anakin from the prequels in the Clone Wars. I think that they can right the ship with some sort of content post TROS, and it's inevitable that they do it. It's just right now they're just giving it time. Like they can't start it right away because there's a lot of
it's like
negative
Chernobyl.
out
It's
there.
the Star Wars version of Chernobyl. Like that timeline right now is nuclear. It's radioactive.
Do you think though? You think in let's say 10 years, for sake of argument?
Yes, that.
Any of those characters are coming back for?
I think
another
10
movie?
years is about the minimum, because that's about the time we had from when Star Wars returned from the prequels to kind of let that tire fire burn down a little bit.
I will say that within 3 years we'll get an announcement of post TROS video content.
Because
that
no,
will
no,
be
no. Oh no, but I'm not saying. I'm saying those characters. I'm saying
those characters. Like
Oh really?
I will. Yeah.
It's a bold
I will say 3 years from now, because it'll be 5 years from release. Daisy has already talked about like being open to returning to the character. I think, and then also Boyega has too. I mean, Boyega has later come. Like he came out immediately after and talked about like how bad his experience was in terms of his character development within the movies, which they really did fuck him over.
Dropped
like
the total fucking ball on him, man.
Like I think that like he had a cool arc going, and it just fell apart. But I think but he also said like, hey, if it's Disney Plus, I'm in. So I think that if you give it 3 more years and you can, like, if you choose to do animated, you can do a similar thing to what you did with Clone Wars. But I do think that you can get at least those two back for a live action
I'm
series.
sticking with Trevor's 10 years. I'm telling you, man, it's toxic waste. Look at the only other thing they tried to put out in that timeline and how many fans hate its guts in Star Wars Resistance. Like
I do feel like it's going to be, if it's within time
time heals all wounds.
With the internet, but with the internet, it's like, it's not like 3 years in between movies. Again, going back to the earlier conversation, was an eternity. And yes, we were younger and time seemed seemingly slower. But now these days, I don't think 3 years is enough to cleanse that, so that if they announce another movie, it's not going to be immediately, what's it going to, you're going to fuck.
No, I think you're right, man. I think you're right.
No, it's,
whereas
I think it's
8 years, maybe people go, yeah, those weren't very good, but I did like the characters. I'd like to see them
but
again.
that'll be when the little kids. That'll be when
know.
the little kids are older that grew up with the sequel trilogy. They'll be the champions of
and
it.
they want to see
right. They'll be the champions of it,
exactly.
just like we have the champions of the prequels that tell us that it's the best Star Wars out there. We know they're wrong, but we let them get away with it because of their age.
That is true.
Any post TROS content is going to be Disney Plus. Like I don't think that they're going to do well. One, they've already said, and they can back up on this if they want to, that they're not going to do another traditional trilogy ever again. Like that's not in their plan. They're not going to do another.
Until Taika's movie makes $1 jillion and they greenlight a sequel for it.
I mean, if it does, then they can backtrack on it. But here's the fact of the matter: like the sequels were a financial massive success. It was never about the financials of the sequel, because if they're like, oh well, it's all financial to us, they'll be like, well, I don't give a fuck what you guys say. I'm putting out another movie in 2 years, and you're all gonna go see it. You're all gonna go pay for it. You're all gonna bitch, but I don't care because you're gonna pay me. Right. Each money made over $1.1 billion, like worldwide, which like is a dream to happen for any franchise. So it's not like the reason that they're not doing it is not financial.
But that's the reason. Again, I hope that Filoni or Favreau are ingrained in this to the point where if they do decide to do that, and even if it is a money grab from the mouse, that there's somebody there to steer the ship and make sure it's not just a money grab from the mouse.
Yeah.
Something that we're going to really make this.
There's I think it's in the cards though, but Filoni is going to want to try the big screen at some point in time. He slowly has graduated from animation to live action. It's only a matter of time before he does a Star Wars movie. So He could very well be the one helming the next series or trilogy of films. All right, so kind of getting out of your Star Wars stuff, is there any of the films, animated series that just kind of rub you the wrong way, Trevor? That just get you a little angry?
Well, I think we covered the films. I know it wasn't made for me, but the Resistance cartoon was just unwatchable.
Resistance was very child.
I'm not going to agree that it was unwatchable because I watched both seasons and I got some entertainment out of them. So
I watched you guys recap it too. And I was like,
those would have been unwatchable. Not so much the show itself, but our recap of an unwatchable show are definitely unwatchable.
But disregarding that because it's like Ewoks, it was for kids and it's like whatever. The stuff for adults, I loved Rebels. I mean, I think there was a lot of filler, as there was a lot of filler in Clone Wars, but I enjoyed Clone Wars 65% of the time, maybe 70. That last season was the way it should have been. And going forward, everything should be done that way. That was phenomenal.
I think they kind of fixed that in Rebels, where they kind of stuck to mini storylines versus just like Clone Wars. Because I've been going through the chronological rewatch. That in and of itself shows you how chaotic the Clone Wars delivery system was. I mean, you have shit that took place before the movie that technically kicked off the Clone Wars. You'd have stuff in season 3 that was actually following up on stuff that happened in season 1. So the Clone Wars early on was very disjointed in terms of its overall narrative. It did have some really great 3-4 episode arcs, but then after that, you'd shift to a completely different narrative where Rebels, final season of Clone Wars, Bad Batch all kind of follow a progression from one episode to the next. I know sometimes when people don't get the big bangs, it's considered filler, but to me, it's all fleshing out this world that we all seem to enjoy to view.
If it was filler in that it furthered a character arc or a character trait or something like that, that's fine. But there were literally there was a Clone Wars. I remember trying to get through all the seasons because I have to watch everything. And I'm not just going to skip. And there was one where these droids.
There's multiple droid arcs, brother.
It had nothing to do with it was like a droid adventure, and I'm like, oh, this is awful. Like I can't watch
those. I will agree with you. Probably don't even add to any world building. So while I will still never classify any Star Wars as filler content, that's as damn near close as it gets. Are the droid centric episodes? Hell, Trevor, there's an episode where I believe it's just 3PO and Jar Jar are the stars of the episode. So.
Yeah. Oh, I vividly
Bombad Jedi. I mean, that's like from season 1, I believe. So, all right. So I mean, obviously, you're influenced by Star Wars in your art form, which is toy photography. I mean, if you're not familiar with Trevor, he's at 16shooter on Instagram and I believe most of his platforms. If you're on the live stream, we have his home site up right now, 16shooter.com. As you can see, this man has been featured on CNN, StarWars.com, the old Exclu Collective. I still need to ask you about that. TS Collector, spoiler-free movies, and of course, he's made multiple top 5s on the iconic Star Wars Time Show Top 5 segment.
Which I really should put on the site.
Of course. I forgot. Well, I didn't feel too bad because it doesn't look like you update the site very often, which I don't blame you. Updating websites suck, but
except for the Instagram.
Yeah, you got that. That must pull in dynamically. But yeah, so I mean, those of you, if you're not familiar with Trevor, he's I would say one of the founding fathers of toy photography. I mean, he was one of the first people to be doing it well. He's done it professionally, correct? Like you've actually been paid for your toy photography here and there, or at least supplemented with free gifts and showered in figures to collect.
No. Paid.
See? So he is
not just taking free
toys.
He
is a professional, as we like to say. But you can see it. I mean, I was going to pull up his IG page, but I actually think his website has a great smattering of his Star Wars work right there. And as you can see, Trevor is very cinematic in nature. Everything is always done professionally, clean, and more importantly, for people that hate Photoshop, this man almost does everything as he says in camera, meaning he's not doing much digitally. He doesn't do a lot of composites. He tries to create the scene right there in the lens and capture it as the camera sees it, which to me usually results in some of the best, most lifelike looking toy photography out there.
Yeah, I think that's what's interesting about it. Like, I started out, and I've been using Photoshop since version 1, so I know Photoshop. Boo. But I started what's that?
Boo! I hate Photoshop.
It's a great tool, and listen, like, you can't shit on Photoshop because it's just like, if you went into a dark room, if you ever did film, which I hated doing, you know what I mean, and I did it just a little bit in college. It's a tool like anything else. It's the modern darkroom, and you do need it. And I go into Photoshop and I fine tune the images. I'm just not adding effects for the most part, unless it's a lightsaber or something like that, or explosions or compositing backgrounds in, which is perfectly fine. It's a different form of toy photography. Perfectly legitimate. There are no rules.
It's okay, Trevor. You can tell them that you're better because you do everything practically. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, not at all. In fact, ACBA is an articulated comic book art. It's a group, and it strives to be all practical and tangible. And I thought it was kind of stupid at first. And then even now, there are, factions of people who are just like anti-Photoshop completely. Like, don't even just put it out. Whatever comes out of the camera is it, which is ridiculous. But I thought it was kind of crazy, and then I started doing it where, like, you know what, I want to kind of hide the stand or figure out a way to light this without, artificially doing it, or create an effect, fire or something that looks good on camera, in camera, without having to add effects later on. Now, people like Tom Iwatu do that beautifully. I mean, it's illustration on top of photography, which is awesome. Just another form of the art. Right. I like the challenge of it. Not to say that I'm pure with it all the time, but I enjoy when I'm down here figuring out how to make it work. And so that I take a picture and go, damn, that's almost it. That's 95% there already. You know what I mean? And now I'm just going to take it into Lightroom, Photoshop, tweak it, yada, yada.
Do you mostly do it these days for fun, or are you getting paid gigs on the reg?
Well, I'm Mythic Legions. I'm their official photographer, so I do all their product photography and promotional shots for them. So, I mean, I have a lot of those anyways, and I love that line. So I do a lot of that stuff anyway. But when you see their promotional stuff, when they have new products come out, that's all. There
you go.
Almost all my work.
So your boy Trevor.
That's a regular gig. And then XO6 is now doing the Star Trek figures. The QMX used to do 1/6.
Yeah, because didn't you do the box art for those a few years back?
Yeah, and it's funny. Like, I just saw the box for the new one come out today, which is Data from First Contact, the movie, and they actually put credits on the back, which is awesome of them, like of the sculptor, of the person who did the clothes, and they put my name on it. So my name's on the damn box, which is pretty fucking cool.
That is awesome.
You know what I mean? It's like. So that was cool. Yeah. So, but I mean, that's work, you know what I mean? Like, it's fun to be shooting toys, but when you're under a deadline and you got to come up with some ideas and get it right because you're under a deadline, it's work. Yeah, it's work.
So, have you ever thought about moving to Hong Kong to become a Hot Toys official photographer?
Yeah, which is, I guess, what you have to do unless you're a BG Toy Art.
Yeah, because outside of that account, I think CGE Rock is the only other one I know that is.
Oh yeah, where is he?
I believe CGE Rock is over in Japan, or he's over there.
Okay. Well, still Yeah, still in Asia.
Right. That's what I meant. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard part about it. I mean, and I'll be honest, like, I don't know for a fact about anything that goes on there, but I've heard tell that people have talked to other people, and I won't mention specific names, who do that kind of stuff. And basically, you get to keep the figure sometimes. They don't really pay
it's one of those deals.
anything, if at all, and it's basically, hey, get some exposure. And I'm like, I just got a solicitation from a big company whose name I'll keep secret about, hey, literally pitch me with like, hey, you'll get great exposure. I'm like, dude, are you really coming at me with great exposure? You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. I've been in design and marketing for
I need some cash, some cash money.
Years. It's like, pay me.
Yeah,
cream,
what I mean? Like, motherfucker.
Exactly.
All right. I mean, I know you do the Mythic Legion stuff, but would you say that Star Wars is your next biggest influence in your toy photography?
Yeah, I think so. It's been weird. Like, Star Wars is everything. When I started out with all the 1/6 stuff. When I got back into it, Black Series was something that came along, and I'm like, I'm not going to get into this stuff. It's little.
Bro, you should have never gotten into it. The way Black Series is going these days, I'm about ready to pull ripcord myself and just.
Well, I have. I mean, I pretty much have, aside from a choice amount of select figures here and there that I need, because I have everything looking at my shelf now that I need to tell pretty much whatever story I want. Now, if you're like me, and I know you are, you see a figure and it's like, ooh, I got an idea
tough,
for that.
Right.
I gotta get it. You know what I mean? And it's like, I know I'm gonna get it, and I know it's gonna sit in a box on my pile of shame over here for about 3 months. Then I'm gonna pull it out and I'm put it on the shelf, and I'm never gonna shoot the fucking thing. You know what I mean? So
you're describing my life right now. I mean, this is what my toy collecting and photography life has become. It's like, ooh, I need that, and by the time it shows up, it kind of gives me heartburn. Like, fuck. Now I feel obligated to shoot it, even though I'm not going to shoot it. It's going to get jammed into a plastic box somewhere, and eventually lay in a plastic tote. And
I've come to grips with that. I've come to grips with it, and I've really held off on stuff that I don't need, and I'm still buying.
Do you still go nuts with 1/6 figures though? I mean, are you like me? Do you always have like a running $5,000 tally at Sideshow, something like that?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the speeder bike from Mandalorian right now that's sitting in a box that I basically opened up, looked at for 5 minutes, and said, I got no place to put this. I can't even take it out of the box until I figure out where it's going to go.
Yep, I've got that on order. I'm dreading that thing showing up because, like you said, I bet it is massive, right? I mean, it's probably like,
it's massive.
What, 3 feet long or something like that?
I don't know if you can see it. I hate to show my pile of shame because it's disgusting, but like I don't know. It's there somewhere.
Massive box.
Oh, I love this.
That's pretty big.
I love it. I love seeing other people collect stuff just to lay it in a pile. Yes, I'm not the only one. I love it.
No, you're not alone. I think that's a pretty universal thing, man.
Yeah, it's like I don't.
Now, some of that pile, to my credit, I'm selling. That stuff that's going out the door.
At least that's what you're telling us. That's what you're telling us and your family. Like, oh yeah, I'm selling it. Sure you are. Yeah. But no, I'm starting to like feel shame over collecting and not shooting. Because I've had some things pop up. The wife's back in the office. I've pissed off my old man, so he doesn't come down and help anymore. So I work full time and have a 5-year-old here. So my free time to come down here and play with my Barbies is dead. And I'm going on like 7 weeks without a shoot. And I'm really starting to feel that, like, am I done? Is it all over now? Is this all she wrote? I mean, IG is ripping away my bot followers left and right. I have no reach anymore because I don't even use. Bro, I haven't used Haywood Pop in so long. I got an email yesterday from IG saying, "Hey, are you having trouble logging in?" I was just like,
"You posted something today, didn't you?"
I posted some on Monday, but I used to be sometimes a double a day, 7 days a week type of nut.
Oh, listen. Like, I can't. I don't know how people like with kids like you and Work More or Less and all these other people that I know who are younger than me and are in the midst of having 7 and 8 year olds and stuff with all sorts of elementary school crises and stuff. I don't know how the fuck you do it, because I can't get down here more than a couple times a week before I feel like I'm abandoning my wife constantly, after we get out of work, and we sit next to each other all day working, but we hardly get a chance to interact. And then I'm like, hey, all right, I'm going to go to the basement for the rest of the night, basically, until you go to bed. It's terrible. You know what I mean? So like, it's the same thing, man. Like and I don't care anymore. Like, I'm not chasing the algorithm. I don't think I've posted until I posted today. I posted a shot for a week. I think it was a week ago I posted the last one.
And
before that.
It's been nice to kind of get
care.
out of the rat race, because I was definitely mixed up in it. I was doing the toy pop sessions. I was doing the early morning, like, because I always thought in my time zone, if I posted before 8 a.m., I'd get better reach. And it was starting to become more about timing my IG post and the actual love of the art form and collecting. And that's a reason I pulled back. The pandemic and, like you said, little kids and family, that's been part of the reason. You know, but I'm looking at this shot you did here. This is Trevor always does something amazing for May the 4th. And Trevor,
bad boy right over
I've
there.
got the one you did this year. Yeah, there's some of the props he used. But this shot, again, this is one of your famous all-in camera type of shots where most people would think this is a composite. And what we're looking at is it's essentially it's the Ralph McQuarrie versions of Vader, Luke, Chewbacca, and the droids. And he's got it positioned in a way where, you know, Vader is this massive character in the background, but then he's got the Luke, Chewie, and the droids kind of positioned to Vader's right off to the side a bit. And this is like what I was telling, like, look at it, people, if you're on the live stream, just appreciate this, knowing that this was all done as is. Like there was no compositing to do this, no cutting out figures and stitching them together. This is all shot the way it was on his table in the basement to recreate. Again, if you're on the live stream, you'll see the poster that Trevor uses his inspiration, and it's fucking spot on. It's spot on. Yeah. And this is similar to the one that won you. I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but Trevor essentially won the last ever Star Wars fan art contest. Yep, right there. He's holding the print amazing up there for you. But Trevor, it was on your website, but you won. He won for Best Poster and Best in Show for the Star Wars Fan Awards 2018, and they haven't done these again since you took the top prize, right? I mean, they were just like, fuck it.
I know, it's real.
No one could ever do better than what 1/6 did. We're ending this contest.
I don't think that's it. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Yeah, that's a weird thing, man. I don't know if it was just a logistical problem for them or what, but they never did it again, and I loved it. Not even outside of the toy photography, they had some great, they had different
there's like short
so
film,
like
there was animation,
short film, which work more or less got into, and a lot of the guys in the toy photography community won some different things. I think Zay won for like a cosplay.
Yeah, there was a picture of him and his daughter that was beautiful, and like you said,
super cute.
Work more or less did that retro like product commercial with his kids.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah. I have it pulled up right now. This is the piece we're talking about in case you missed Trevor's framing. Yeah. But this is another one. And was this the first time you kind of did this for Star Wars, to recreate a poster just using different props, toy props?
That was the first time I recreated a poster. There's two, I'll tell you, both of these, that one and the last one you just showed were, I wouldn't say last minute, but I really did wait till like, this one was literally the night before. It was May 3rd. I started cutting up the Leia figure, the outfit. I had to enhance her a little bit, little plastic surgery in the chest area to make her match the Leia.
Give her the bigger boobs.
Shot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I had to cut out a T-shirt to make that cape and wire it to I'm literally doing all this at like 8 o'clock at night and like hoping to God that this shot works after all this work and I have something tomorrow. Otherwise, I have nothing for May 4th. And I think I started doing a May 4th shot before that, but this is the first time I tried the poster recreation.
Yeah, no, these.
So it was like. Yeah, the fact that this came together and I actually got to post this the next day is I didn't even have the droids. So I had the 6-inch droids, and I was going to like, okay, I'll set them back, but they weren't working. They were just too big. So I literally had to run to the toy store down the street and hope that they had some 375 R2 and 3PO, and they did. And I bought those, brought them back. I think I was shooting this on May 4th in the morning and editing it.
Are you listening, new upstart toy photographers? Are you listening to the dedication it requires to reach the heights of at 1/6 shooter? To create works of art like this? I mean, it really is. Because I on the live stream, I have it pulled up, and Trevor is usually great about doing BTS. But this one, you can see how he created it, how things are kind of staged. Some figures are closer to the lens, some are further back, like he said, the smaller ones to try to match scale. Then he's got a Vader helmet back there. You got like a little Death Star ornament hanging down. Of course, you got your fog machine going. But 1/6 shooter, he's I know there's been some people in the chat here, Scarlet Kid in particular. You can learn a lot from Trevor because he typically is gracious in his shares and usually does a BTS or a reel or a video of the BTS. And it gives you really good insights into how someone like him who does this professionally, gets paid, kind of thinks up a shot, stages it, and then executes it with the camera.
I have a YouTube channel too. You can go check that out. Not to be too much of a plug, but also shows you behind the scenes stuff.
Here's another one.
Yeah, and the other
sorry,
one,
I've picked out some of my favorites. I did a little different with 1/6 shooter versus like, hey, why don't you send me some shots? I was like, you know what? I'm gonna pick out shit that I've really appreciated, just to kind of talk about. But another one that you did all practical, yet it looks fully composite, is your homage to Tross, where you got Rey, you know, kind of I am all the Jedi in front, but then you're using all your 1/6 scale Barbies behind her to essentially create the image we should have saw during that scene that would have really, I think, kind of hammered home that moment where all the Force ghosts kind of surround Rey and enable her to pick herself up and beat the Sith Eternal Emperor.
Two quick notes about this. I did it before I saw the movie.
So you didn't know? Did you know that there's a scene like this, or you just thought this up? Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Didn't know. So I posted this on a couple of sites. Like the day after. I think the movie came out either the next day or the day after that. And as soon as people came back from the movie, they're like, "Oh, this is a spoiler." I'm like, "Dude, it's not a spoiler. I didn't see the movie when I took it. And it didn't happen in the movie. So." And the second thing about this was just going back to like Star Wars fans, and like I love doing this stuff, but you're always going to get those Star Wars fans who are like, where's Ahsoka? You know what I mean? How come you're missing Ahsoka? How come you're missing?
You
like,
put it,
dude. If I had a 1/6 Ahsoka figure,
I'm reading your
there,
comment. Like you were already hedging for some of the comments. You're like, listen, before people start complaining, I know there are characters who should be here. I love to have an Ahsoka and a Kanan Jarrus and an Isla, but I don't. So shut the fuck up.
You got to cut that shit off, man, or they'll be all.
And I
love
these. I just love that you have the creativity to kind of come up with the idea, and then obviously with your skills, I'm playing the behind the scenes video now, where you're showing how you kind of got all the 1/6 to look like they were Force ghosts using that some light painting. It looks like and some fog going in there. But like I said, I mean, a 1/6 shooter at 1/6_shooter. Always a great follow. I don't want to call him a mentor. I don't think he wants people to sit there and DM him left and right, but he is someone that I know if you ask him a quick question or a tip, he's more than willing to reply and give you some insights. Just don't expect that you're going to reach his level of quality.
So Trevor, I just got today. I'm going to be receiving my new phone. Samsung Galaxy S21, and apparently it has a really good camera.
Yeah, I've heard
where do I start? Where do I start?
You don't do it.
I think you have to start collecting figures.
He's got you there,
guys. Come on, is that really like? Do I have to buy stuff? Can somebody just send me some things?
Go. What do you do?
I have lightsabers.
You Mr. Influencer, you.
I have prop lightsabers.
Go down to your local action figure library and check out some.
Nick, I have crates of figures in plastic. I'll sell you the whole lot for $500. You might have some winners in there. It might be worth $2,000. You never know. It's like a grab bag. What do you say? $500. I'll just wrap it up and ship it over.
Do you have that creative bug, Nick? Or are you like? Is that something you want to do? Or you just?
I'm more of a writer.
Okay.
So I actually went to school. Like, it's funny because now I do digital marketing as my profession, but I actually did go to school for like animation, and like I graduated with my bachelor's degree in 3D animation and everything like that. And my goal was to like work in video games, which is notoriously hard.
You guys missed all of our animated content on YouTube that Nick has made? You guys haven't seen that yet?
Yeah.
Check out the playlist.
Dude, I haven't animated anything since a year after I graduated, because that's how like downtrodden I got after not being able to find a job. Like I essentially
was like, fuck it, I'll go work at Facebook.
I had like an animation reel. And actually my final animation project was a Star Wars project. I think I may have told
you were doing a short story, right?
Yeah, it was like it was a Jedi training video. So it was like, you have very limited rigs when you're in school. So it was like very bare bones in terms of the way it looked. But like, I wasn't going for like, this looks like movie quality. I was going for like animation training quality. Film. So like,
okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So like one of the scenes was like the guy doing push-ups, and then he does like a regular push-up. He does a one-arm push-up, and then he does a forced push-up where both of his arms are behind his back. And then he does like, he like takes a rock and he force throws it through a wall and it shatters. And then the last scene was like him kind of crouching down.
You got to dig that shit up.
Forced meditative
you got to dig it up.
I got to try to find it. But and it was he was like in a meditation pose, and he essentially assembles his lightsaber all with the force like in front of the camera. So like,
man, we got to see this.
We could have a Daz Tibbles on our hands, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't practice his art form here.
Not nearly to that. Like Daz is all like drawing, and then like he animates like animation, 2D animation. Mine was like all 3D and like 3ds Max and stuff like that. And like I said, it all looks terrible, but I was just like, even now, if I like, I think I found it like 3 or 4 years ago, and I watched it, and I was like, his elbows are popping.
Dude,
like there were already
we got it. Like this has to be a show segment coming up.
Yeah, but back then, I mean, that was a different. And if that was 3 years ago when you found it, I'm not going to ask you how long ago it was when you did it. But I mean, 3D animation has like vastly different now, especially like on a consumer level stuff. Even though you were in college, it's not like.
I mean, look what that cinematic captures guy is doing on YouTube just with Unreal Engine in terms of animation. I mean, he's making live action quality animation.
I want to clarify something. Was this when you said is this like, because if not, somebody's got to do this, or you got to do this. Like, was it a Jedi training film? So like a guy comes up, so you want to be a Jedi?
I could have. I did not. It wasn't like that. It was almost like a Rocky style montage of like his train. It was almost like a training montage.
He was training.
Anything.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
that would be fun.
Yeah, so
training Jedi.
I'm telling you, let's get a hashtag going. We want Nick's animation.
And like, here's the thing: is like I found a way to get the most recent version of 3ds Max, and I opened it up, and I was just like so lost. Like I went into it, and like all of everything that I knew how to do was just like immediately gone. And like it felt so bad, because that was what I dedicated a large portion of my young adult life
money
to.
And time is just
now,
out the window.
Yeah, I mean, money, time, effort, and to try to get jobs and stuff like that. Like I had interviews at Nintendo that I didn't get a job at. I had interviews at BioWare that I didn't get a job at. So like I tried as hard as I could, but it just didn't happen. And at a certain point, I was like, I just gave it up.
It's a different path. Now, it's a different path. That's all,
Yeah.
It's like,
And I'm doing very well for myself now. So I'm not like, I'm not bitter about it, but it's like every now and then, like I look back and I'm like, man, it would have been pretty cool if that could have happened. But now, like, my main thing is like, I love writing, and like,
but you could have ended up being a cog at EA or something, and burnt out with all those other people who have to work like 16-hour days and don't get paid a lot of money. And you know what I mean?
Like,
so
or you could have worked on the final season of the Clone Wars. No big deal.
Yeah, one of those two. But that is like the reality of like most video game jobs. Is it's a very unforgiving business, and like usually when a game is finished, basically the entire staff that worked on it gets fired.
I'll tell you right now, I mean, being in gaming media for the 10 years that I was, that's about the only fun aspect of that market to be in. If you're a developer, your life is a nightmare. You're working, especially during a crunch, you're working 80 to 100 a week. You typically don't even get paid overtime for that type of shit.
It's a tough gig, man.
Oh, they're meat grinders.
I think
they're
in
meat
all
grinders.
aspects of it, like, I mean, even marketing that shit, not to get down that rabbit hole, but like, just, it's tough, man. You get a lot of competition. It's a lot of shit going on. But I was going to say, like, like, especially people like younger than me. Okay. But younger people, like, you're going to experience like 4 or 5 careers. I think they said in your lifetime, you know what I mean? And it's like, even with me, it's changed. The venue's changed. I'm still kind of doing what I'm doing, although I'm kind of leaning towards more photography now, and I'm hoping to do more product photography and stuff. So, shit changes.
Yeah. But
it happens.
Yeah.
I for a reason, I try to, if it works, it works.
Yeah. I try to write, like, I have so many started and unfinished writing projects, whether it be like stories that I was writing that were like intended to be novels, or like, like scripts that I was writing for like TV shows that I was like noodling on and stuff like that. So I'm always like recently I picked up one of my old laptops and I found one of my old writing projects on it. So I've been like, I had like 7 chapters of a book finished. So like I went back and I like read it all, and then now I'm going back and like essentially rewriting.
Like, man, I was an asshole when you got done reading it.
I mean, there was that. I think that one thing that you notice when you're younger is that you always write smarter than you think you need to. Like you make your characters sound more intelligent than you think you should. And then as you because I started that project probably when I was like 22, and now I'm going to be 33. And now I go back and read it, it's like I didn't need to write it that way.
You know what? There's a lot of great stuff on TV, and it's hard to watch something bad because things are so recommended, you know what I mean? And you just skip over the shit that people have already looked and given crappy Rotten Tomatoes to or whatever. But every once in a while you run into something, you're like, oh, we're going to watch this movie. And that happens on a professional level, man. The people that are just like, what? Like, this person wouldn't say that or talk like that. Like, I know what kind of character you're trying to build here. And it's like, this isn't it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's
fun to watch the evolution of filmmakers too. Like, if you follow one filmmaker who's been in the business for 20, 30 years and you like watch his early shit, and then if he stayed in the business long enough and you watch his most recent shit, you can see like, this was like a kid writing, and then now this is an adult.
They still maintain their identity though, and the filmmaker I'm going to bring up is Guy Ritchie, because even his Aladdin felt sort of like a Guy Ritchie movie and not like another live action Disney film. You know what I mean? I mean, he's obviously been all over the place. I mean, not that he's one of these.
I was going to tie this back to Star Wars and say that, it's also a matter of who you've got in these roles, because quite frankly, George Lucas didn't write great dialogue. No. And if he hadn't had the actors that he had, being able to say all that shit the way they always said that George would say, like, well, I can't say this. This is insane. And they said it, and for the most part, you bought it. It was
George benefited greatly from his cast, and even more so from John Williams. I still contend without the score, Star Wars is pretty much just Star Wars.
Without John Williams and Ralph McQuarrie, it would have been a B movie that you've never would have heard of.
Another goofy sci-fi movie you catch on a Saturday at the drive-in.
Story or no story, even if the story was exactly the same.
All right, let's kind of get back to Trevor's photography, then we'll move into the Bad Batch. I know, not everyone's here for the toy photography stuff, but I do want to ask Trevor a few more questions that may benefit some of the newer photographers out there, or even some of the more seasoned veterans. But I guess Trevor, we lost him. There he is.
Sorry.
He's here. He's back.
Do you have any of your own influences? Like, can you look to any other artists or photographers that kind of helped you become the artist you are today? Or because you shoot toys, is it just kind of like, are you a trailblazer in this arena?
No, I don't think anybody doing this is a trailblazer. I mean, people were shooting toys, in different form or still lifes. I mean, basically what we're doing is still life photography, and it's product photography. The products we happen to be shooting, though, are, action-based toys. So we put them in, posing that looks really cool, as opposed to, but I've done eyewear that's been, pretty cool. It's not going to get a lot of likes on Instagram, but I'm influenced by everybody who's doing this constantly. I mean, I see stuff, from all sorts of people, not even people that I really admire all the time, just people like, oh, who's this guy? Like, what is that? It could be an anomaly, you know what I mean? On I won't go into it, but on one of my shows, we talk about the articulators, which I got to get you on. We talk about a shot that out of focus was the topic, and he had put the figure out of focus, and it worked. It worked, and it just made me think like, oh my god, like it was very cinematic, like you were following the figure could have been here, and then they moved past your focal point, and the foreground was in focus, and the figure was out of focus, and it just worked to tell a story, and I loved that. So all over the place. That I like. I went to school for art, so the masters, Rembrandt, Chiaroscuro style. I played with that for a little while. I like light, and I like to play with the light, so that all influences me. But there's photographers that I see all the time that I like. I can't think of anybody offhand that I like any more than anybody else.
I would definitely say, at least for my...
It comes from everywhere, film and everything.
My limited understanding of anything art, I would definitely say that you are someone that is a master of light. And that's something I like to kind of work on in my mostly static shots is lighting, moving light, seeing what it'll, tilt a light this way, see what it looks like in the viewer, tilt it again, see what it looks like, bring in another light, spray a little of the smoke on it, see how much that's going to change the lighting. I do find the most joy, at least for me, in my setups, because my setups aren't really planned. I don't do the big dioramas and all that jazz. Mine's more or less, let's plop some things down, have some fun, and get the lights on and see what the lights can do to the features, to stuff in the background, stuff to the side, so on and so forth.
I would say for anybody who's starting out, for advice,
let's get some tips out there.
I would pick somebody to sort of emulate, because it's what all the master, artists did, is they copied,
of course,
they copied other artists, and learned how to paint and learned what their style was. So like all my Mythic Legion stuff is highly influenced by Frazetta and Boris Vallejo and the Hildebrandt brothers and stuff, all the guys who did like the Dungeons and Dragons covers and stuff in the 70s and 80s. Album covers and things like that. And it was a great influence for lighting for that stuff. And it evolved into what I think, especially in that genre, is a style. I think, at least with those things, I have a style. With Star Wars stuff and, there's certain scenes that I'll do that I just call like scene recreations. I don't call them that. Everybody calls them that. But I'm trying to emulate the light that was done in whatever the movie scene was, and then there's things where I'll take it and just do a completely different take on something.
Well, speaking of that, I actually have the Mandalorian creation up right now, and this is the one where you used Gomez on the Mando body, as well as the little whatever those with the mezits, the micro mezits as Grogu, and it really is. It's a fantastic crossover, as we say, of two different collecting franchises. This is stuff I don't do. No, that's why I remember seeing this. I was like, oh, look at Trevor kind of stepping outside of his comfort zone a bit, having a little fun here.
There is one, and I don't know if you have it selected, but there was one. It was a while back, which was the Guardians of the Galaxy group.
Oh yeah. I know for a fact that was one of your top fives on the show, because we talked about and how you created a depth to the hallway by building it out a little bit with space walls, but then using an image of a hallway to give it even more depth, I believe. Right. No, that was one of I have your kind of your memorial for Jeremy Bullock, where you had some great cinematic shots of the 1/6 scale Boba Fett and the 1/6 scale Vader. These are what I'd say would be like your scene recreations, or at least matching the tone of the shot. Right. But they just look absolutely brilliant.
That's an old one.
Yeah, and then we'll return to
these exactly, like this is, you're trying to pick up the light, and that's what I'm saying. Like if you're starting out, like take a look at a shot and just look at where the light is hitting things. You know what I mean? It's gonna indicate to you, like, if you want to recreate a shot like that, this is where the light should come from. Now, you're not going to see everything, and everything, if they're bouncing light, you're not going to see that unless they show you the BTS, which is why I try to show the behind the scenes to people. To be helpful. I haven't invented any of this shit. You know what I mean? Other people came up with this stuff, so why not?
Are you
share?
sure? I know, because there's some other people that get a little protective of techniques here.
Yeah. I mean, listen, there's a lot of stuff that I do post that I probably wouldn't disclose everything that I do, right, because I think at some point there's something that creates a signature, you know what I mean? But I don't think even if you took the idea that I bounce light off cards over here, or I put like a card underneath to underlight the chin, this is basic portrait photography shit. You know what I mean? This isn't something I came up with that creates my look. Yes, I do it. But there's other things that create composition is huge. You know what I mean? That's like, you could create a great scene and shoot it from too far away, or just the composition is all off.
I'd say that's your MO is composition. I mean, I look at this shit so much that I was telling Nick, I mean, I can pretty much name toy photographers now just based on their shots. Like, I don't need to look at the handle. And you're one that always stands out because it looks like a professionally shot and finished piece of art. So I think that's Trevor's actually going to stick around for the show. He's crazy like that. I mean, he's I guess he's looking to get kicked out of the house or something, because you never know how long these go. So he's going to be sitting down that basement for a few more hours at least. But if you have any questions for Trevor on toy photography and whatnot, like I said, he is a good man. Trevor, and this is just my opinion, he's one of those people that you can kind of meet in an online capacity, but already feel like he's a friend, someone you've known for a good while. I mean, when I ran into him at Celebration 2019, as soon as I saw him, big hug, how you doing? That type of, I mean, he is a good
when
dude.
We could hug people,
right.
It was so nice.
Yeah, back then, I did used to be a hugger. These days, I stay away and like, psst, get away. I put the cross symbol up and all that stuff. But no, Trevor's a great dude. He's also, as you can tell, hopefully he's a good conversationalist too. So make sure to check out 16shooter.com. You can find his links to I think he's got some shops there, some of his other work, and then on Instagram at 16_shooter as well. He does a lot of other shows. I mean, there's the 16 pack, the Articulators. So if you want to get more just dedicated toy talk, photography talk, you can always catch him doing that. But now, my friend, we're going to get knee deep into the Star Wars. So we're going to take a guest on a tour through the Star Wars Time show as we enlighten the rest of you on all things that are important in that far, far away galaxy. And like we've been doing for the past, it's been 8 weeks now already. Well, 7, because the first week was a double up. We're going to break down the most recent episode of The Bad Batch, which is S1E8, aka Reunion, AKAA, the one with the cowboy hat. All right, so we typically go around the horn here and just kind of describe our overall impression of the episode, and then I'll go through and kind of get into the schooling aspect of the eggs and the key moments that you probably should have been paying attention to, as they may affect the story down the road. Because I am the main dude, I'll go first. I'll tell you what, friends. This was an episode for someone that gets up early with a notepad to take notes, where up until about the last 10 minutes, I was going, wow, it's still good Star Wars content. There's not a goddamn thing happening in this episode to move this story along. Not a goddamn thing until the end. We know that Crosshair and the Empire are hunting the Bad Batch. Big deal. That's been established. We know that they don't like each other anymore. We know that Crosshair is dark as fuck. I mean, he was the one killing people before. Now he's the one saying aim for kids. None of that was really new. Hell, they were still on Braca from last week, essentially becoming junkers, scrappers. So I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? I don't think I'm going to have to make a video this week. Yay for me. There's literally no Easter eggs to talk about, nothing. And then it happens. They walk into the hangar. You see some clones wasted, and you're like, whoa, okay, well, we know the Bad Batch wasn't doing this. We do know that Lama Su was thinking about hiring another bounty hunter. Maybe Fennec got here, right? Because we know she was chasing him. But then you see it. You see that silhouette in their on-ramp to their ship, and you go, wow. He did it. Filoni did it again, surprised us again, brought back a character that I don't think anyone was expecting to see Cad Bane show up at this point in time. I mean, most of us diehards were still debating if Cad Bane even existed based on that now useless deleted scene from the Clone Wars that used to be canon, that was shown off at a Star Wars celebration by Filoni himself. Obviously the end of this episode took it from just a, wow, I might finally call Star Wars filler content to, okay, they did it again. It wasn't quite a Luke Skywalker surprise, but it was one of those feelings like, holy shit, yes, that was a good ending. That was a way to kind of put a stamp on this episode. And like many people said, it definitely moved things along. Like we have a consequence now. Omega, it has been separated from her caretakers. That's not good. That is going to lead them to start doing things that we have not seen them doing, like menial jobs. Now they actually have to go kick ass and save someone again. So I'm going to say Reunion started out kind of ho-hum. We didn't have much, and you'll see once we get to the Easter eggs. I mean, there's really nothing to key on. But the resurgence or the reintroduction of Cad Bane and some of the stuff we now know, thanks to some concept art that we'll talk about next, ultimately made the episode feel like a winner at the end.
Yeah, I agree for the most part. It did start off slow to the point to where I was like, I got some dishes to wash, but my sink's pretty close to the TV, so I'll just kind of wash some dishes and peer over from time to time to see if anything's happening. I think in any particular episode, and I think that they've done a good job with this so far, you feel like one of the Bad Batch can die. Like, obviously in this one, there's a more direct feeling of that because Hunter gets shot. But like even throughout when Crosshair comes in with his gang and the way things are looking, like fucking Wrecker running with that proton torpedo on his shoulder, I'm like, dude, that thing's gonna get shot and this guy's gonna get blown to shit. Like, there's always a sense of danger regardless of their circumstance at the time. So I think that they've done a good job with that. And yes, I mean, obviously the big moment was Cad Bane popping up, and I love the old Western showdown, like the way that they executed that. Because when you look at that character, and I've said this multiple times on the show, like Cad Bane looks unlike anybody in Star Wars. He has a very unique look, not only because of his skin. His skin is blue, and generally outside of Thrawn, you don't see a lot of like blue skin characters, but like his aesthetic, like he looks like a cowboy. And like the fact that they literally put him in an Old West showdown with Hunter and the way that ended was fucking just spot on fantastic. Overall impressions of the episode, I mean, there's still, like Omega has to be a focus to a certain degree, and they still, they kept up with that with her and Wrecker going through and with the bomb defusal thing. So I thought that was really nice. I think some of the other characters may have gotten lost in this one, where it could have probably been a little bit easier to involve them more, especially how slow it was in the beginning. Like, you almost got none of Echo. Like, Echo was barely seen in this episode, aside from like a conversation with Tech at one point. Like, I think when in episodes like this where it's super slow, you could have a little bit of interaction with all of them, and this one kind of missed the mark there. But yeah, I mean, this episode was essentially saved by Cad Bane popping in and almost ending Hunter's life with a well-placed shot. And I want to know how this motherfucker lived, because like honestly, anytime we've ever seen a stormtrooper get shot like that, they're toast. And then
it's Clone Force 99, motherfucker. They're like Terminators.
Yeah,
they're all Timex watches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's got Beskar under that thing or something. But yeah, that was kind of my thoughts on
so
the episode.
you two
Not-
were
not
like,
super
yeah, you
special.
two were like, huh, this is just kind of ho hum. And then if it weren't for this ending, this would have been just kind of a, in my opinion, I'm never going to say it. It would have been what a lot of you call a filler episode.
Yeah.
Cad Bane prevented it from being full filler. All right, Trevor, what do you think? I mean,
Yeah, that shot at the end was a little ridiculous. I mean, I don't expect that. I don't know. There's times when I think they're setting up Rika to possibly die at some point. You know, just the relationship between he and Omega. You know, I mean, it's not like these cartoons haven't gotten serious like that, and people, you know, major characters haven't died. I do think it's very early on for anybody. So, you know, when Hunter got shot, I'm like, well, he's not dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not dead. I don't know how he's not dead, because you're right. Like, oh, his stormtrooper armor is like, may as well be like, you know, felt or something.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed the building, although I think they've been focusing on the relationship building between Rika. I can't not say these things. Like Rika and Omega. Rika. A lot. Like, okay, at this point, like, I got it.
well, I
think
think you hit the nail on the head.
He's her
There's a
protector, and they're getting this close relationship, and then something's gonna happen because it's the big dumb guy and the
like Hunter is the
smart little girl
dad.
who
Like we can't lose Hunter yet, but I think Wrecker probably will be the first one on the chopping block.
And anything with a big dumb guy in a movie, when they set you up and they're like, it's like Forrest Gump or anything else. When anything bad happens, man, it's just like,
Yeah.
So, yeah, other than that, I agree. It was a filler. I mean, there were some things, like, again, in that Star Wars vein of things you like how is that engine still, you know, turning on? And how did they find all these things that are still functioning inside a wrecked,
But Tech Bluetoothed into it. He had the pad, and he's like, "Don't worry, 2 seconds and we're going. All right, here we go."
Let me say, I'll tell you what, Tick is my least favorite character. He sometimes he's annoying the shit out of me, because it's like, I think in the first episode he said something like, when were you going to tell us this, to one of the other characters, and then like he just holds back on all sorts of shit.
Yeah, he's a living version of C-3PO.
Like, well, I just thought it was like sort of obvious. It's like, no, come on, man. Yeah. They're not that smart.
He's the typical know-it-all.
Yeah,
he's like,
the droid, but not a droid.
You guys don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he is kind of taking that place of that
C-3PO,
like 3PO droid.
He knows all the shit, but doesn't share it with people until it's either too late or just at the last second.
Yeah. But I mean, this is literally the halfway point of the season, right? And
it made sense that we kind of left with the batch kind of in chaos. The batch has been broken finally.
Exactly. Finally, I was going to say, finally, there's something that is going to take it away from this just kind of driving storyline of, you know, four men and a baby. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, oh shit, this is real. This just got real. Where's she going?
You have to assume at this point that Llama didn't just contact Cad. There's a good chance, just like we're seeing in more of the Bounty Hunters, where Jabba the Hutt puts out an open bounty, meaning anyone and their mom can go after it. So there's a good chance we have an open bounty. So I mean, there's potential to see the Fett. There's potential to get you know, Dengar, some of the other Clone Wars era Bosk. Clearly, I mean, if Cad's here,
yeah, I'm terrible with the timeline. But so Dengar, somebody pointed out, I didn't even see it when it aired, but there was a guy that looked a little like Dengar in the back.
Dengar is actually in the Clone Wars. Like he has an episode where you know, he works with Asajj Ventress and teenage Boba and Bosk.
I remember
he's got a unique looking armor set too. I think it's Johnny Osage made a custom Clone Wars Dengar figure, believe it or not. Because he still has the toilet paper, but his armor is different, a little more intricate.
But he's supposed to, according to canon, like evolve into a pretty much replacing all his body parts with
droid. Like Tross timeline.
Yeah, all the way to Tross. He's that big, like, goofy looking.
He's in supposedly.
He's in that bar on that ice planet or whatever.
So that's why I thought maybe that character in the background was him, like in some sort of evolved state. Or
Now
something
he still
like that
looked
at this point, but it's
pretty humanly.
It can't be for the timeline, right? It wouldn't be that far along. Yeah. Okay.
But no, all the major bounty hunters are on the table at this point in time. And I think once we get to, Nick did a post, we got some episode title leaks finally. And I think there is some enlightening information in those titles. I'm just going to say it right now, but I have a feeling that Fennec will be teaming up with the Bad Batch at some point in time. You heard it here first. They're either going to team up with Boba Fett or Fennec Shand. Mark my words. Take it to the bank. All right, let's get into the Easter eggs of this episode because they're quick. Like I said, I sit here and watch this like it is actual educational material. I have a notepad out. I'm pausing. I've got closed captions on. And really, 18, 19 minutes in, I'm sitting here going, I might just have to start making shit up. I mean, I might have to actually say like, hey, Wrecker was holding a proton bomb, just like the one Luke shot at the Death Star. It's like I was getting to that level of, all right, I have no content. I have no content for this episode. But clearly, the big one was the return of Cad Bane in Toto 360. And I just want to add that Corey Burton returned to voice Cad Bane, and Seth Green was voicing Toto 360.
I don't like Toto.
Toto gets fucked up. Like, if you think about how Cad has treated that droid has battered robot syndrome, because in the Clone Wars, he literally blows him up as a diversionary tactic. Like, blows Toto to bits. And in this one, Toto loses a thruster. Like, Toto's always getting fucked up. But he is a little bit of a wily bot, right? I mean, he was over there getting ready to start beating Omega in the head with his busted leg.
Yeah, it's his foot. Yeah.
So those were our kind of just first references or eggs of any kind in this episode. And then at the end, I'm sorry, I'm still showing off the scene here. I guess the duel itself, if you do go back and watch the deleted duel between Boba and Cad, and if you don't know what that is, I mean, obviously you're not as big of a dork as myself and some other Star Wars fans, but at one point in time, Cad Bane and Boba Fett were dueling over, guess what? The fact that Cad Bane was in possession of a child, so there are still some elements of that narrative in play right here. But him and Boba Fett have a duel, and this duel was shot almost identically to that now deleted scene, all the way up to this pulled out, really great looking landscape shot, to the kind of the behind the holster shots. There was many mirrored moments from Cad's duel with Boba in this duel itself. So those were nice references.
Which I think somebody pointed out somewhere along the line that I watched, that it was the pacing of that and the shots, the angles and the tightness of the eyes and the hands was pulled like from Shoot Out the OK Corral or Tombstone.
Yeah, no, I just read it today, but because my short term
or Good, Bad and the Ugly. Bad and the Ugly.
That's it right there. No, you're spot on. That is the exact reference where Filoni initially kind of pulled this moment for. And like I said, it was a deleted moment that has kind of become like this special sauce in Star Wars fanboy land. But now it kind of finally got its turn in the sun as a finished scene. Clearly, it wasn't between Cad and Boba, but they did honor that deleted scene, at least in how they framed it. And then really just the last kind of egg reference was at the end. This is one of the first times, if not the first time, we had a first-person perspective in Star Wars. But if you listen to the sounds and really just some of the visuals of Hunter's visor, they were very Republic Commando-esque. Everything from the HUD booting up to the look of the HUD itself. So that was really it, my friends. Like I said, this is a light episode outside of the arrival of Cad, but we did have some key moments with clearly Cad Bane being the massive reveal. Because a lot of us, again, we were kind of taking that deleted scene as life. Cad Bane was taken out at the hands of Boba Fett. That's how Boba Fett got the dent in his helmet. Check out our posts on StarWarsTime.net where I clarify that bit more, and I believe I loop in the deleted scene if you need it for reference. But Cad coming back, we've talked about it. It was a huge moment. I think he is a fan favorite. He, to me, is a bounty hunter that is just as skilled as Boba Fett, if not slightly better at this point in time, because he is a little older, has been around the block a bit more. You got to remember, Fett is still a young teen at this time. But I mean, dude, Cad in the Clone Wars bested Jedi. I mean, he bested fucking Quinlan and Kenobi. They had two. He was one. All right. He got away. He's no fucking joke. So I love that they decide to bring him back, and I'm going to love even more kind of discussing some of his concept art that may fill in some of the gaps since we last saw Cad, and it may also directly address that deleted moment, but more on that later. That's the tease, as we call it in the radio business.
Yeah,
because I had a question about that. I will
do you
hold
think
off.
that there's any way he makes it out of this series alive?
Well, that was kind of going to be my question. Yeah, like, do you think they'll repeat that scene?
Let's hold off on this one. No, it's a good thread to run on, because let's hold off on it. Yeah, we'll get there. It's like the next topic. Don't worry, we'll dive right into it. But really, it's just the whole way they shot it just honored that scene and the character of Cad, his cowboy-esque roots. It was a beautiful thing. Obviously, it's. I mean, this is in your face key moment, but we finally have some dire stakes in the Bad Batch. Omega has been separated from her keepers, her protectors. She's out there in the galaxy with Cad Bane, who is bringing her back, more than likely, to the Kaminoans. I mean, they've been showing us that the Kaminoans are the ones that are hiring these bounty hunters. Of course, they could kind of pull a little switcheroo on us and reveal that the Empire's been behind it all along, but I do believe this is still the Kaminoans. But she's out there. She's not protected. This is our Grogu moment. You know, what's going to happen? Who's going to save the day? What cavalry are they going to use to get her back? Will they get her back next episode, or is she going to be separated until the finale of season 1? So that was a big moment, kind of having her being captured by Cad himself, and then clearly the duel between Hunter as well. So that really were the key moments. I have an image up here of Nala Se, and I'm going to put it out there, but after she learns that Lama is willing to now essentially make Omega an open contract, I feel like she had a little bit of concern about that plan. Like, she was okay sending Fennec after her, because remember, Omega was essentially Nala's lab assistant. They had a relationship, right? They weren't just random clone kid and random Kaminoan scientists. They seem to have some sort of a relationship bond, work the same schedule, who knows? But I kind of picked up on, in this moment where Nala learns about the new open contract, that she's a little hesitant to that approach to getting this specimen back so they can do their final solution to hopefully keep the Imperial contract. So let's keep an eye on Nala. I have a feeling she may, in the end, probably help Omega versus hurt Omega. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think you're
so
right.
That is S1E8. We have some, I believe, some title names to get to for July episodes, but let's just get into the topic that my friends wanted to get in right now. And the reason I wanted to wait is because we actually got some official concept art. This came right from StarWars.com. They break down the episodes on, Mondays, right? So all you spoiler people, go fuck yourselves. It's fair game once Monday hits. But we got some concept art from Angela Chen on Cad Bane. And if you study it, it reveals a few very interesting and intriguing insights into the character, at least in between the last time we saw him. So first and foremost, if you're on the live stream, I'd like to point out the image I have up right now of Cad's face. You'll notice dude has a very clear plate grafted onto his head, right where someone may have gotten shot in a duel with another highly skilled bounty hunter. All right. Cad Bane did not have this during the Clone Wars. All right. So that is a very clear change to the character. It seems to be on a skull right where Boba Fett hit him in that now deleted scene. If you look at the other image, the reason the hat and boots are in red, because those are brand new styles for those props on that character. So again, if we look at Cad's head and we see that half his skull has essentially been replaced by some form of, it could be a cybernetic implant, but it's clearly a fucking plate and it's not his just natural head. And we look at the next image where he has new boots and a new hat. Hat covers head. Hat was shot. Head has a steel plate in it. Maybe this is Filoni's way of still honoring that deleted scene without having to revisit it shot for shot. What say you, my friends?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with this. I mean, even in the notes, if you look at like the
I'll try to zoom in a little bit.
3D rendering at the bottom, like she makes a note here. I mean, I don't know if this was Angela or if it was a separate 3D artist. Makes a note that says, please refer to close-up of head texture.
Yeah.
So they put that in there just so the animators would know, like, hey, this is a note of change, and this is definitely something that you should keep in mind when either, revealing certain parts of the character or something like that. So yeah, I think that this is kind of Filoni. Maybe there will be some backstory brought in here. Maybe you will get to see a glimpse of what had happened to cause this injury.
I'm going to stop you right there. You're not wrong, but you're setting up some of my own speculations here. So if we are, and I'll let kind of Trevor give his 2 cents in a second, but if we are kind of posturing that, yes, this is Cad post Boba Fett duel, there's still potential. And like I said, there's still potential for these two to meet again in the Bad Batch, because if they did have the duel in universe, we just never saw it. We just see the after effects, which is Cad with a steel plate and Boba Fett with a dent in his helmet. They're probably still going to have some bad blood. Like I said, maybe the Bad Batch might need to team up with a bounty hunter. Hence, Boba Fett's introduction into the Bad Batch to help kind of go after his buddy Cad Bane. Or this could be something that we get fleshed out in live action in a flashback in Book of Boba, the kind of contentious relationship.
I was thinking that too,
because these two clearly have a contentious bond, but we could get a reflection on that in the Book of Boba. But I do feel like this concept art more or less kind of canonizes the deleted duel between Boba and Cad, allows Dave and his team to kind of move beyond that deleted arc that people have seen over and over and believe it to be real. And it was kind of his way to resurrect the character, get him back in the canon, tell a few more stories, and potentially wrap it up again with another fight between Boba and Cad himself. So Trevor, I didn't really give you the floor much, but what's your take on this revelation here?
I was just thinking as you were saying that, how cool would it be if they do meet in this yet again and he somehow survives, or whether they don't meet and we do see him in the Book of Boba Fett, like a live action Cad Bane, where they do finally come to whatever conclusion that's going to come to. In that would be amazing. I think that would really bring that character literally, obviously, to life for me a little bit. I've always been on the fence about it. I liked him in certain episodes, and then there was times that I was like, they're playing up this little, I don't know, just making him a little, what's the word? It was just over the top for me sometimes. But I have grown to like the character, and yeah, that would be very cool. It's a great observation with the head, though. That seems like a very Filoni thing to do too. Like that's done. He's talked about it. It somehow is canon, even though it was pulled.
And if you guys look, and if you're on the,
for the real fans who know about it, we're winking at you and saying,
all you casual fans who don't know who Toto 360's voice actor is, eat it.
Well,
but look at this, guys. Like, if you look down in the kind of the timestamp here, they were planning this shit, cooking this shit up way back in November of 2019. So that goes to show you how far out these plans are these days. So this could very much be Dave going, "Hey, we're getting this Mando thing going. They're going to let me play in live action. We technically never really did resolved the whole Cad Bane Boba Fett duel technically, right? It wasn't a finished scene. It's deleted. We can always say that. Let's try to figure out a way to bring him back, and we'll start in the Bad Batch, but we need to address the deleted scene because of the nut jobs like Matt and Nick out there. So let's just give him a patch on his head, a new hat. There you go. But I do like the idea, my friends, of, you know, Cad starting here, seemingly going away. Now he's back. We'll get a few more tales with him. Hopefully some Boba Fett interactions. But I do like the idea, the concept of their relationship, Cad's ultimate story being resolved in Book of Boba Fett. Because I think Filoni was angling to make these two like the ultimate rivals in the bounty hunter space. It was seemingly like they were, you know, Cad was older. They were pumping him up. He was the primo bounty hunter. He was the one that Darth fucking Sidious went to steal a holocron from the Jedi Temple. So like he had a rep. He was the man. He could go toe to toe with Jedi. I believe he even killed Jedi. He's kind of the template for Boba Fett. The Boba Fett that ultimately, you know, the teen Fett will grow into. So I think all along Filoni has kind of positioned these two as ultimate rivals, and one is going to have to come out on top, and that's probably going to be our boy Tamara with the bald head, busting caps into cowboys' asses, hopefully in the Book of Boba.
Can you imagine if you're him and you created this character who's become, you know, almost on par, you know, maybe not in the general public, but in the Star Wars, you know, community, on par with Boba Fett in a cartoon. And now you're doing live action stuff with Mandalorians. Now you're going to do a live action Boba Fett. And like, I gotta see this character on screen.
Right.
You know what I mean? With the effects abilities that we have now to be able to do it.
Oh, he'd look great. I mean, you can make this guy.
You can't kill him off in the cartoons and like never see him in.
Dude, I mean, you could make Cad Bane fully practical. Like, I mean, there doesn't need to be a CG aspect of it. I mean, he would look fantastic in live action. He's about as Star Warsy as an alien character can get in a live action setting. And I think you're right, man. I really think Filoni is kind of taken the new direction of his career as a way to import all of his contributions to Star Wars into live action. Like, I think, you know, we'll get Ezra one day. We'll get Sabine. We've already got Ahsoka in there. Hera has technically showed up in live action via, you know, Rogue One. Chopper's been in live action. It seems to be his plan to take the characters he created for the most part and graduate them into the live action universe, which most fans consider to be the only Star Wars, which we know those people are idiots, but hey, you can't get everyone to buy into the animated stuff.
It wasn't even a consideration when he was doing Clone Wars. You know what I mean? It would be, we'd have to do a movie, and there's no way we're going to do a movie about a second level character in a cartoon that I wrote. So that's never going to happen. And now, fucking Disney Plus, now it can happen. Oh my God, we're going to do it. We're totally going to do it. It's totally going to happen.
The advent of streaming services has opened up a lot of avenues for stuff like
it's
this.
completely changed.
It's
completely changed Hollywood, both for the people that make shows and the people that act in them. Because, you know, even 10, 15 years ago, most movie actors would throw up at the idea of working on TV. They'd be like, fuck you, I'm not gonna reduce my star to be on a TV show. Eat a dick. Right. These days it's like you're better off getting in,
like being on the Love Boat.
You're better off getting into a Kenobi series versus a Kenobi movie. It's gonna get more legs, it's probably gonna get more views, make more money. So yeah, I mean, it's really, the possibilities are endless thanks to Disney Plus and all of us assholes out there that think we're smart by cutting cable, yet we now have 55,000 streaming subscriptions. Right? I remember, back in my day, I created a video on how to cut cable, and I guarantee you now I'm paying more than I did for fucking Comcast. But I have access to every streaming platform I want, and I stare at their icons on my Apple TV every night without watching a damn show, because that is what we do. All right.
Hello, Paramount.
Yeah, Paramount. I'll only do Paramount Plus when Picard comes back or Discovery comes for season 4. I'm not paying for that continuously. I can't do it. Can't do it. But I will support their Star Trek shows because they're excellent. But we're talking about Star Wars, not fucking Trek. Let's get back to the good Star. So that's kind of my take, my speculations on Cad. So just to wrap that up, I do believe in the Bad Batch, we are going to get another Cad Bane and Boba Fett interaction. At this point, with the concept art we've seen, I do not think that interaction will be another version of the duel. I think that was what we got with Hunter, especially because they literally matched the scenes almost shot for shot. I believe even the music was quite similar. And I'm liking what Nick and Trevor are saying. I would love ultimately for Cad's journey to be honored and completed in live action via Book of Boba or the Mando-esque franchise. So, sometimes we hit on these speculations. More often than not, we miss. But those of you that like taking shit to the bank,
there's 3 of us now, so it's gotta happen.
Increased chance.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like when Nick and I predicted the Rex, we split it. I took Rex, he took Bale.
Yeah.
We couldn't fail, and here we go. I'm getting my
be
rapping again. Oh, looks like I got a former student in here. Hey there, Dustin. How you doing, buddy? I don't let my students know that I do this until they graduate one of my classes. Mostly because I act like a complete buffoon on this show, which I guess isn't that much different than how I act when I teach. But anyways, we still got some Bad Batch shit to talk about. This is Bad Batch Central. We might as well change the show to Bad Batch Time Show at this point in time.
Yeah. I mean, that's really all there is to talk about in Disney Star Wars right now.
But Nick found from one of the leakers and quotes out there, the Jordan guy, but he found some Bad Batch episode titles, which I can tell you right now. I mean, we have access to the Disney Plus media site. It's not hard to find. They haven't provided shit for this series. Mandalorian, every Wednesday, you would get the next title, and you may even get some images from the episode. If anything, after the episode, you'd get some images on this media site. And it enabled Nick and I to kind of do our stupid speculation nonsense that we do. But we haven't had any of that. I mean, we had... What was it, Nick? We had titles 1, 2, and 3.
We had the first
because of a leak, and now we're getting only July episodes. So episode 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So not this one coming up on Friday. We don't know what this one's going to be called. But here's what we got coming in July, and I really think these titles.
I'll be right back.
We got you.
Okay. He's got his placeholder. He's got Grogu holding his place.
He's been bit by the Star Wars Time Show PP bug, I bet.
Yeah.
But anyways, Nick, here's some of the titles, and maybe you and I can figure some shit out here. So episode 10, Common Ground. That is a very ominous, if not foreshadowing type of title. Common Ground.
Right.
This, to me, could be them linking up with a bounty hunter to help find Cad Bane and Omega, right? This is Common Ground. They both hate Cad Bane for one reason or another. Is this the Boba Fett episode? Is this a Fennec Shan team up? But to me, Common Ground kind of feels like they may be enlisting the help of a nefarious character because they have a common goal. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, the follow-up to this, too, even lends more credence to that, because episode 11 is called The Devil's Deal. So you have a common ground with, like you said, potentially a bounty hunter, but you know that when you deal with these nefarious characters, things don't always work out the way that you plan. So did you make a deal with the devil? What happened? Could this be some consequences thrust upon the Bad Batch for working with somebody like, potentially Boba Fett or another bounty hunter or something?
Yeah, because if you make a deal with someone like that, is the deal truly ever over? Or are they going to get one up on you? Or are they going to get you owe me one on you? You know what I mean? So, yeah, Devil's Deal is another ominous one. I mean, are they making a deal with a known bad guy? Someone that has already chased them? Like I said, maybe Devil's Deal, this is Fennec. I mean, she already came after them. They already tried to kill each other. But it does sound like between Common Ground and Devil's Deal that they're going to have to get mixed up with some of the shadier characters of Star Wars for their ultimate end game.
And I mean, if we just look at these, the first three here, Common Ground, Devil's Deal, Rescue on Ryloth, and then kind of extrapolate that out, you could almost, we were postulating, do they get Omega back in the next episode, or does this continue on for an extended thread where they're doing what they have to do to try to get her back? And if that's the case, if it is an extended thread, more than likely it's going to last 4 weeks, all the way through Rescue on Ryloth, which is episode number 12.
So before we move to 13, we got Ryloth. We know what family comes from Ryloth. Do we see the Syndulas in the Bad Batch?
I mean, it kind of
Hera
makes
would have
sense,
to be
right?
like a very, just like when we saw Saul. I mean, she would be at the very beginning of her rebellion journey. Like the very beginning. I mean, she'd still be probably a young kid.
Yeah, and it's tough because it's we've already seen the seeds of the rebellion planted within the Bad Batch with Saw and his rebels that were on that little shied away camp, and they all got wiped out. So they're planting seeds of the rebellion already. You've already seen Rex. And it's highly likely that somebody like Hera who becomes a captain in the
anytime these animated series go to Ryloth, the Syndulas are featured, and this would be a perfect opportunity to kind of make up for the absence of Hera in the Clone Wars, because she's not featured at all in the Clone Wars, and her dad is a major character in the Clone Wars. So if they're going to be on Ryloth again, this could be their opportunity again, Filoni, to kind of go back and fix some things, to show little Hera with her freedom-loving dad, kind of already getting on the we're going to be rebels train. I feel like if the batch is going to Ryloth, the Syndulas are going to be involved in some capacity. And that's what we're looking at for episode 12. 13, the title is Infested.
That's an interesting one because it's not as easy to kind of pull a piece of speculation out as the last three were. Infested could mean a lot of things. I mean, there could be a literal side episode of an infestation with creatures on a planet that they have to deal with, similar, maybe they run into a bunch of the spider creatures that Mando ran into.
I'll also point out, Nick, in the Clone Wars, there is an episode where clones and I believe maybe Ahsoka and a Padawan, they get kind of infected by these worms that make them go crazy.
Okay. Yeah, it could be that. I was also going to say it could be like something to do with infestation in terms of the clones or something like that. Is this something to do with the clones making the full transition over into active clone, stormtroopers, and infesting the different systems in the galaxy to put more of a vice grip on the Imperial reign? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could look at it. I almost tend to think that this is more of an animalistic kind of thing, though. They're going to have to deal with some sort of actual infestation.
All right, so War Mantle, it's almost too in your face, right? I mean, if you're in the know, you know what that means. It first showed up in Rogue One. It was referenced again earlier in this season of Bad Batch, but this is the what's his name? Admiral Rampart. This was his whole plan, to conscript highly trained soldiers from across the galaxy to make up the Imperial's fighting force versus using clones. So if episode 14, which isn't even the penultimate episode of season 1 because we have 16 total, if this one's War Mantle, is it too direct to say that this is going to be the flip switching of stormtroopers versus clone troopers? I mean, is it too direct, Nick? Are they fucking with us, or is it exactly what it says it is? Is this going to be the changing of the guard?
Could that be the infestation? Could that be the humans, the human troopers infesting?
Yeah, I mean, that's another way to look at. I think that's kind of what. Yeah,
that's the beginning of it, and this is the battle or the sort of war between them or something.
The issue that I have with that, with the full transition over to human troopers at this point, would be that if Operation War Mantle has been in or Project War Mantle has been in full swing for this long, we really haven't seen it yet, right? We saw the first basically experiment with human troopers when they were put under Crosshair's command. He had to waste one of them because they wasn't following orders. The way that I put it in the article was that maybe this is when the war machine really kicks into high gear, and you start to see the recruiting in large numbers, or the conscription of human non-clone soldiers in large numbers to the Imperial.
Do we
war
start
machine.
seeing these conscripted soldiers just wasting the clone troopers? Do you think there's a plan to just round up all the clones on Kamino and just nuke them?
I don't think that was the case. I don't think that would be the case yet.
Or are they just going to send out a signal to the chip that just explodes their brains and just take them out like that?
That's what I was just going to say. Maybe the Caminos, they keep talking about they have a backup plan and a secret, whatever. And maybe that's what that is. They're just going to waste them all.
Because
they'll just drop it.
The way Tarkin has just been with the clones, I mean, he fucking hates them. He wants nothing to do with them. They cost too much, and they sometimes can't be trusted. I have a feeling someone like that, and then his little suck-ass Rampart, just to suck up to him again, they're probably going to have a plan to take out a majority of the clones, just like Order 66 did with the Jedi. I don't think they want. I don't think they want any remnants of the clone forces after what is going to happen in the Bad Batch.
I mean, they have to be working heavy overtime to have enough non-clone troopers to be able to do that so soon.
Well, like you said, we've only seen the Kamino perspective of what the Empire's up to. You got to think all around the galaxy, they're building up the machine. Rampart, War Mantle had been going on before even the Bad Batch. So, I mean, as you said yourself, Nick, there could be legions of these conscripted soldiers already. We're only seeing from the perspective of what's happening on Kamino. But I have a feeling it's probably going to be either a chip signal, like you're dead, or they're just going to waste them all. Just see ya.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see how much control the Kaminoans actually have over this, the clones themselves. Because obviously, they were paid to build in Order 66 and all this other stuff. But if they wanted to make a last
fail safe. We're not going to get a new contract. Let's get all our old boys back on our side. And
it's like if they really do fall into the wrong hands or whatever the situation is, or the right hands, whatever, we can just take them all out. Man, there's a switch. You know what I mean? There's not even switch.
Not a kill switch. I'm talking about, can they turn these soldiers on the Imperials
against them?
Can they say flip it around and say okay, well, we see that this is going bad for us. We're going to turn your entire force against you, the same way that the Republic did too.
Think about this. This is their business too, right? This is where they've got a ton of money, man, and they're not going to get any of this stuff once they start recruiting.
Well, that's why, I mean, because their plan
machine going to show how great their guys are compared to these human losers.
Well, they already know, they know they're screwed. They know the clone template they have now Tarkin doesn't want it. He's already told them that. That's why they have this plan to get Omega and her special clone juice that we think could be force infused, because I think it was episode 3, but they pretty much say Jango's shit is whack. It's degraded. It's no good. We need this special sauce we had, and there's only one place to get it. We were thinking maybe it was a Bad Batch, but it turned out to be Omega. But they're essentially saying we need to create a new super clone commando that the Empire just absolutely cannot refuse as their next ground troop. So you are right, Trevor. They're more concerned about the bottom line than anything. But I think, Nick, it's a good perspective to think about. Did they build in a failsafe for this exact moment, and will they use it? And that this could be War Mantle could very well be the fight between the Kaminoan clones, their last ditch effort to maintain that force, and the War Mantle conscripted soldiers.
It's the reversed Order 66. It reads the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what Johnny Osed just said. Execute Order 99. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, that would be perfect. Order 99, honestly. But I think it would be there has to be. There's no way. I'll put it this: there's no way that the Kaminoans are gonna go quietly into the good night.
No, they've already shown that. I mean,
a better term.
They are with Imperials on their home planet. They are working behind the scenes deals to try and get Omega back to make a clone. So yeah, I mean, they're 100% doing shady shit, even with the Empire being right there. Kaminoans are, in my opinion, they're pretty awful aliens in the galaxy. I mean, they exist to make profit off of genetic farming, essentially. They make organic matter to be used for whatever purposes the buyer wants to use it for.
I know it's really kind of fucked up. I mean, for lack of a better term, like these people are harvesting humans. I mean, it's almost as bad as the fucking the Sentinels in the Matrix, where they're just using humans as fuel. Like they're using humans as a means of cash injection.
That's their economy, is making stuff and selling organic beings to whoever wants to pay for them. So they're fucked up, but I think we all know they kind of pay the iron price, right? Because by the time proper Star Wars comes around, or the OT, or even the Mando timeline, there's humans wearing Kaminoan lab coats now, and not the aliens themselves.
Yeah, right. Thank goodness George didn't go with some vaguely racist dialect for those guys. We can still use them.
Because I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're great aliens, but I also think they're going to get theirs at the hands of the Empire, and it will be a cleansing.
They're way too evil. They're way too dark.
I mean, the whole Kaminoan facilities will be cleansed by War Mantle's soldiers for sure.
Yeah, there's almost no way out of that one for sure. So, but yeah, these are the 5 episodes that you're going to get in July: Common Ground, Devil's Deal, Rescue on Ryloth, Infested, and War Mantle. And like we said, there's a lot of speculation to be had on all of them, and we may not see Omega united with the Bad Batch until episode 12, if things play out.
Yeah, that one to me is probably the most clear. Like the fact, like I said, I don't want to retread too much, but the fact that they're going to Ryloth, we've never gone to Ryloth without seeing the Syndulla clan. So you can pretty much guarantee that you're either going to see Hera's dad and younger Hera, or a glimpse of Hera, because she would still be somewhat of a kid at this point. I mean, unless Bad Batch episode 9 is a year past episode 1, which I do not think is the case. Not a lot of time has passed from Order 66 until now. So ages for Hera, she should still be probably 10-ish, 12, something like that.
Yeah,
and Filoni loves those character cameos.
Of course, I mean, it's this is his little world now. I mean, I know George. It's ultimately George, and George blessed Dave to carry it on. But Dave is the one that is creating and kind of nurturing these characters from idea to, in the case of Ahsoka, live action debut.
And going back to what we were talking about way earlier. Like, it's so great that these guys are just driving this, because even when you're talking about the Kaminoans, like the fact that that's still happening in Mandalorian, you know what I mean? There's some aspect of them, whether it's people who are following in their lead, and they no longer exist, or they still do exist in some diminished, capacity or something like that. I think that those, at least Filoni or maybe Favreau too, they have a map, and they say at this point in time, this is when the Kaminoans are wiped out. You know what I mean? Or they're killed, or they're sent underground. You know what I mean? And they know when it's going to happen, and it's not, oh shit, we forgot about that. Oh, that's not going to work out because we killed them all, but they're still around. They know what's going to happen.
That's what happened in the sequel trilogy.
The plan.
Yeah. Trust the return of Palpatine. They do it in fucking Fortnite. Like, that was their plan. Yeah. Their plan was to tease the return of Palpatine in Fort Ass Night. Please.
That still tweaks me. But yeah, they almost, like, the big timeline that they showed off at either like one of the events that they did where they had like where everything lines up. They have one of those in Dave Filoni's office, where he has like milestone events. Like, this is where this happened. This is when Jedi Order falls. Kaminoans completely wiped out. Start of the rebellion. Blah blah blah. Like, all of these like landmark moments are laid out, and he's like, kind of refers to that every now and then. It's like, what year is it? Okay, it's this year. All right, all these guys are dead, so can't use these anymore.
Yeah, I try. I mean,
he's thought about it so much that he's got justification for all the stuff that people pick holes in. It's like, no, there's a reason that happened, and he's got justification.
If you guys think we're nuts and we're just blowing Filoni, I mean, we technically are, and he deserves it. But go watch and listen to what he says in the first season of the Mandalorian behind the scenes. He's in the first episode.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
All you have to do is listen to the man talk, and you will understand that this might sound sacrilegious, but I believe Dave has a better grasp of Star Wars than even George himself did towards the end. Dave he knows. It's like George took his brain and downloaded shit into Dave and said, "It's on you now, my son." And Dave is running with that. But I mean, Dave made the duel in the Phantom Menace sound like something you could write your doctorate thesis on. And how Qui-Gon is the true reason
that's exactly what I was referring to.
And how Qui-Gon's the true reason that Anakin got fucked up, because Qui-Gon died and Qui-Gon was going to be the father that Obi-Wan could never be, and blah, blah. It's beautiful shit to listen to this man talk Star Wars.
Yeah. George Lucas is a fantastic conceptual story designer. And that's kind of, what he really did with the first trilogy. Like, he was the story creator and essentially designed all of the set pieces around which
he's still God. And if you want to get like Christian stuff, Filoni is Jesus. Okay, George is God. Filoni is Jesus.
And then Dave is really good at filling in minutia and building out story arcs and stuff like that, which has been seen a lot.
He sent us his son
with the animated
to cleanse us of all our sins.
Rare thing, like, that's the type of thing. It's rare to have that person that can step in. Like, that's what they talk about with Tolkien, and I know they're doing some new stuff on Amazon with that. And people are like, Tolkien's dead. It's over. There's no more new stuff. You can't write. But if you find that right person who could pick that up and understand it the way Dave Filoni understands this stuff and live it. Constantly,
that's a great
then
point.
You can
that
do
is a great
stuff
point.
That's really good, that stands up to George's original stuff.
Dude, I just watched a 45-minute long YouTube series on the origins and story of Morgoth in Lord of the Rings. And
I've watched that stuff.
Tolkien never he wrote about that in sprinkles in the Silmarillion and a lot of the other unpublished works and stuff like that. But you're right. The new Lord of the Rings series is going to be really good because the Second Age has been talked about a lot, and it pops up in his lore and stuff. But there's enough there for good storytellers like a Dave Filoni to really go in and flesh out
get that person. Hopefully they have that person.
Don't you guys start trading Filoni over to LOTR? We're keeping him in Star Wars, motherfuckers. We're not trading his ass to another
if he's got
fiction
some
franchise.
Free time, they might be able to use him.
All right, fellas, let's kind of move on to the next one. And I'm excited for this series coming up. Not that we got a lot here, but we did get some news on Star Wars Visions, which, if you remember from back in December of 2020, the real Star Wars Day. Visions is going to be a brand new style of Star Wars storytelling where it's all going to be handled by, are they all Japanese, Nick? I can't remember, but
yes, all 10 different Japanese animation studios will be not telling a concurrent,
it's going to be like a collection of shorts. Think like
an anthology.
I don't know if
series.
you guys were big fans of Halo, but at one point in time they released a Halo Blu-ray that was an anthology of, I believe, Asian inspired short stories, and it was fantastic.
The way that I always liken it to the Animatrix.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's even better. More people probably know Animatrix versus the Halo stuff, but
the Blade Runner DVD from the new movie came out with a very anime inspired, which was fantastic. Right. I was like, please
continue this
So
somewhere.
now that we've kind of set the table for you, that's what Visions is going to be for Star Wars, or at least the way it's been sold to us. And we learned last week that we're actually going to get a little bit of an update. I don't know if it's going to be a sizzle reel, maybe a trailer or first look at Animo Expo Light, which is going down on July 3rd. Thank you, Joey Dahl in the chat. Yes, Halo Legends is well worth watching if you're a Halo fanatic like myself. But Visions is finally going to, get talked about again, shown off hopefully at this Expo Light. But more importantly, and I don't know if this was kind of out in the ether before, but based on the quote here, as I will read to you, joint host Chastity Vincencio and Lucasfilm executive producers Jackie Lopez, James Waugh, and Josh Rhimes, Cubic Pictures and co-executive producer Justin Leach, and producer Kanako Shirasaki for an inside look at Star Wars Visions before the series debuts on Disney Plus later this year.
That's big.
So I think that's as official as it's been made that Visions is going to be a 2021 release on Disney Plus.
Beautiful.
Yeah, because that was never like I watched the investors call, and that's where this series was announced last year. And they did not have a release date on it. They basically just said it's an anthology series. They shared some art. I felt like KK
was like, yeah, they're all coming out in 2021, and they weren't, and some were, and some weren't. It is nice that we're finally getting a little more clarity. So I think we can safely say at this point, Visions and Book of Boba Fett will hit Disney Plus before 2021 is through. We know book is coming. They're not going to go a full cycle without a show from the Mandalorian timeline. So you can bank on book, but it now sounds like Visions is going to drop as well before the end of the year.
Yeah, didn't they say there wasn't really going to be a gap between anything? I mean, Marvel is going Loki, and I don't know what's happening with Loki actually, but maybe that's the next thing. There's six more episodes of the Bad Batch, or
8.
No, there's 8 more.
8 more weeks.
It's 16
so that's
total.
That's 2 whole months.
Man, Trevor, Bad Batch goes through August, man. I mean, this is one of their longest ones yet.
So you could see this hitting in September. You know what I mean? Like,
I could see September, October, considering that we got Mando S2. What was that? November of last year it kicked off. And
then we get Book. If that releases in December, then that should ride you right through.
Okay, we got to clear this up again. Remember, Mando season 3 isn't coming until the fall of 2022. All right, everyone, that's how that's happening. Book of Boba Fett, we said, and then a bunch of people ran with it as they created it. Book of Boba Fett is Mando 2.5. All right, we are going to get some backstory now. We know that Tamara told us last week. But it is also set in the Mando's timeline. We know we're going to see Din. It's going to progress that story as well, while also fleshing out some of Boba's past. So yeah, Trevor, I think September, October for Visions could definitely be the deal. Because, guys, with this one, if they're shorts, do you see them doing a 10-week release cadence, or do you see it just showing up in full?
If it's shorts, which it's still not clear yet, I don't think they're going to be shorts. But if they are, then they're probably going to do like a mass dump like Netflix does, and just let you watch them all at once. If they I'm hoping that they are closer to like TV length, 30-minute long episodes, and then they could do a 10-week release schedule. Because it would be weird to say once a week you get 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say I guess I wasn't under the impression, but it could easily be that they were going to be like the Love, Death, and Robots or something that's on Netflix.
Speaking of which,
it could be anywhere.
That series fucking kicks ass. Everyone needs to watch both seasons of Love, Death, Robots, and they do address each of those items in pretty much every episode. Love, Death, and Robots. It's not just always robots or love or death, but there is a mix of them, and this season wasn't as long as season 1, didn't have as many episodes, but damn, they were fucking good. Like that one, and I don't want to, that's the one in the future where they, a guy's job is to essentially eliminate certain members of the population. I mean, there's some fucked up shit in there, but it's very good little shorts. So I'm glad Trevor.
If that's an end,
if that's an indication of the type of animation, even the quality of the animation, which I'm sure is what it is what we're going to get with this, it's going to be
ridiculous.
Amazing. I mean, imagine all that stuff, but Star Wars. Oh
like I don't want to.
It's going to be more anime style.
I do too.
Like it's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be because these are from Japanese. The way that they put it is it's from Japanese animation studios, but it's like the concept art that they showed off was definitely like anime style. So like, Death Note and like anime shows. I wouldn't say
Ghibli.
Like Dragon Ball Z, like crazy
Studio
stuff
Ghibli.
like that,
like Castlevania and all
kind
that.
of like that. Yeah, like a style like that is probably what we would see.
Hell, they could just re-release all those Galaxy Adventure shorts and say it's Visions, and I'd be happy because I mean those things had an anime style and they were kick-ass.
They re-released the movies all in that style, like the complete movies. I'd be all over that shit.
I mean,
I love those
it would
things.
technically be somewhat sacrilegious, right, to do, especially for the original trilogy. But I'm with you, man, because I loved the tone and the visual style of those Galaxy of Adventures. So check those out if you've never seen them. I believe they're on Star Wars Kids YouTube.
What do you guys? One quick question: are you guys excited for something like this? Because for me, this is literally like George pulled so much influence from Kurosawa, Akira Kurosawa movies and stuff like that from Japan, and then now the country where essentially that helped influence and build Star Wars has their first opportunity to really play in the sandbox, and I'm really excited to see what these people can come up with.
Yeah, and if like things like that TIE Fighter short that somebody did a while ago, and that to me reminds me of like what this style of animation could be too. You remember that?
Dude, like super intense. Like they're like, it's that anime where it looks like they're all on meth or something, right? They're all like, yeah. I mean, it's.
I know what you're saying, Nick, like to be like in a Japanese style and to take even like the Jedi aspect of it and make it a little bit more of that Asian feel and some of the, some influences from Asian culture and put it in there would be really, really cool. Totally. Even if it's off the mark in terms of canon and they're like what if stories, whatever.
I'm down for something unique Star Wars, and I think this will be one of the more unique things we'll get. So it's good to hear that it is hopefully debuting later this year. But if you want to try and get your first look at it, I'm assuming they'll give us a little bit of a peek. July 3rd, Anime Expo Light. Our two dumbasses will probably be talking about whatever they do on this show after the fact. All right. So we were... All
right, next piece up is another Disney Plus related
I don't
item.
like this one. I don't like this.
Yeah, Matt hates it. When Matt first heard that this could be a possibility, he's like, this fucking sucks. I hate it. It's going to ruin my whole schedule.
It's not even so much schedule. It just doesn't... And I'm going through it now with Loki. Like Loki's 2 episodes in, it's a really good show, but I cannot physically bring myself to watch it on a Wednesday. I can't do it. And what Nick is about to tell you is that because some executives over there saw that they had the biggest release ever of a Loki on a Wednesday, now all shows are going to be Wednesday releases, and I don't like it. I don't like it, especially for Star Wars. Star Wars has become Friday to me. Bad Batch, Mando Season 1, Mando Season 2. I don't want it shifted to Wednesday, but it looks like some suit was like, hey, look at that, Loki's numbers. I mean, let's think about this, fellas. What does a record-breaking streaming show really mean? Like, what does that mean? We had the most people watch this because it was on a Wednesday. What does that fucking mean? They were watching it. Did they sign up to watch it or did they just watch it? Like, who gives a shit if they watched it on a Wednesday versus Friday? I would care if they're like, we had a record number of sign-ups on a Wednesday release, but a record number of views? Who gives a fuck?
It's
not like Nielsen ratings or anything like you got to
exactly. You're not selling fucking ads.
That's weird.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that they pointed out was that they said it was to accommodate the increased volume of original content on Disney Plus, which is true. There's a ton of original content on Disney Plus, not even just Marvel, Star Wars related. Like there's original Disney Plus series. Like if you have, like, my girlfriend is a huge High School Musical fan. Like she has been from when she was younger. So we watch High School Musical, the series on Disney Plus, and that's currently in its release schedule. The new Mighty Ducks series, which I watched because I was a huge Mighty Ducks fan growing up, that also released on the same cadence. So I think what they're trying to do is like I don't know how shifting your release window
so what's
to a
the difference? They're still going to dump them all in one day, right? I mean, it fixes nothing.
Yeah, but why not do Marvel on Wednesday and keep the Star Wars to Friday? You know, it was first of all, there's a lot less spoiler stuff, I think. Well, I mean, there is with the Marvel stuff. You still got to avoid it. But it was just a nice way to go into the weekend knowing that I don't have to avoid the internet on Thursday to not, if I didn't get the chance to watch it on Wednesday night, you know what I mean? To miss all that. And it was just a nice, I don't know, like you said, Matt, and it feels like back when Sunday was Disney Day, you know what I mean? Like the Wonderful World of Disney was on Sunday, every Sunday, and now we've had that for a year, and now it's like, we're gonna stop doing that. Like,
it just, I don't know. I mean, it was becoming almost, when these new Star Wars shows release, it was almost an extension of the weekend that they're releasing on Friday. I mean, so the West Coasters, they would start their weekend with watching a new episode of The Mandalorian because they'd get to see it at midnight, where our lowly East Coast asses had to either get up at 3 in the morning or 5 or 6 in the morning like I would. But it felt like a Friday activity. Doing that on a Wednesday feels like a fucking job and taking it up the ass, in my opinion. So
one thing that they did not call out, but has likely played a role in their decision to move it, is that Friday is also Netflix content drop day. So by shifting it, you now don't have to compete with Netflix original content drops.
I suppose. You'd think they'd want to. I know.
Like, whatever happened to fucking good old capitalism here? I mean, fucking compete, motherfucker. Go toe to toe.
After all the bullshit that they've gone through with them, you'd think they'd want to build.
I mean, they're the ones like, we already have 100 million subscribers. Like, they're already outpacing what Netflix did early on. Like, I mean, just go fight them, show them who's boss. Who gives a shit? It's all streaming, guys. It's not like they release at a certain time. Like, it's like they still have old TV executives here making decisions based on the medium that has fundamentally changed. I mean, people do not consume TV. There is no more appointment TV anymore. We don't have to set our DVRs or VCRs. We just watch shit when we want to because it's almost all on demand. So I don't know. It's like Trevor said. Give Wednesday to MCU if you want to beat your chest and be like, oh, Loki had the most first ever views on a Wednesday. Well, good for that. What does that mean in the end? It doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything.
No, I agree. I agree with Trevor. Is that
I don't know.
You should have content release days for certain pieces of content, like Disney originals release on Saturdays, Star Wars originals release on Fridays, Marvel originals release on Wednesdays, and then
it's the key to a brand. Like, you are building a brand, and you want to be like, oh, Saturday is it was like the, I don't know, like the Mickey Mouse Club. It was like Monday is Math Monday or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I mean? It's like you repeat it and you get it ingrained, and you will beat out whoever is beating you once people know the cadence of when things are coming out. Wednesday is Marvel Wednesday. Friday is Star Wars Friday. I don't know. It seems stupid.
I mean, this is
arbitrarily changing.
This is me and my privilege here, whining like a little baby. But it's just like, hey, these are the type of problems I bring on myself. But I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't think Star Wars should ever bow to anything Marvel related. Just leave it on fucking Friday and be done with it, you cocksuckers.
I agree.
Okay. Story time with Matt, my friends. We got a comic to talk about. I'll get through this one quick because this wasn't a War of the Bounty Hunters Prime. This was one of the crossovers. So this was Star Wars 14, which again is still set in that post-ESB timeline, but it is now starting to weave its narrative in with the War of the Bounty Hunters. And the big canon takeaway we got here, and it's just one panel, but I try to highlight some of the canon in these comics because it is legit, it is new, It is take it to the bank type of stuff, but Amilyn Holdo herself, even before she patented the Holdo maneuver, helped Princess Leia track down Han Solo before the events of Return of the Jedi. So in this comic, we actually see that Amilyn, she seems to be like out and about. Like, I don't know if she's a spy or a ground troop, but she calls in to Leia and says, hey, Leia, we've picked up some chatter on what's happening, and we pretty much know where Han's at, and Crimson Dawn, this, that, and the other thing. So that was kind of our new entry into canon. Holdo, even way back then, you know, I know Leia and Holdo knew each other. That was established in TLJ, but they made it seem like, hey, we were in kind of like Padme. We were in that ruling class school together. But this comic let us know that no, Holdo was out there fighting the good fight on the front lines. Maybe a spy, who knows, but she gave the information to Leia that Leia needed to go find that Han was captured by Crimson Dawn, and they're having this big auction with all of the players in the galaxy to kind of draw them in, and like I said earlier, to kind of bring Crimson Dawn back to galactic politics, if you will.
It really was a travesty that, I mean, and you know, the filmmakers couldn't have known this at the time, but that Amilyn Holdo died in episode 8. Like,
yes.
I thought she was a fantastic character, and I think that she really embodied the spirit of the new Resistance better than any of the characters at that time did. And like, I feel like if they would have known, like if Ryan and Ram Bergman, his writer producer partner, would have known that Carrie Fisher was going to die, or like Carrie Fisher, you know, couldn't be really carried over properly.
She couldn't get off the crack
they
pipe.
Could have made that, they could have made that switch to where maybe it was Leia who sacrifices herself, and that would have been a gut punch to every Star Wars fan ever. But like, then you could have had the character
the whole thing
of
was a gut
Amilyn.
punch.
Yeah. I mean, you know, that you could have had that character live on, and I think that she was a powerful character, and I'm glad to see that they're reincorporating her into canon.
Yeah,
I
haven't read anything about her, but this is where my bitter Star Wars fan part of me comes out. Like, that whole time in that scene, I was like, I wanted this to be Akbar. This should have been Akbar. This should have been Akbar's time. It should have been Akbar's sacrifice. You know what I mean? Like, he deserved.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
He got his big moment, Trevor.
And he
it's
just
a trap
out the window, and it's like,
dude, I would say, like, they killed him in such a shitty way.
It's a trap.
Like,
is Akbar's moment? They're like, fuck him. He already got his moment. He's already out there in the Star Wars lexicon. We gotta create a new thing.
He deserved a hero's death.
I know.
That's a trap.
I agree with
That's
that.
Now you just bring in like this chick that I never heard of, and she's a general, and now she's going to be the hero in the 20 minutes that I've known who she was. I don't know. I'm sure she's a great character in hindsight, and you know, the comic books and stuff, but that's just my bitter fan shit.
Bitter Star Wars fan. No, I liked Holdo. I thought she had.
Hey, it was
to
Laura
be able
Dern.
To just fucking smack
Laura Dern
like
with purple hair and a form-fitting dress. I'm okay with it. I love Laura, so let's quit making fun of Holdo here. But anyways, back to the comic. So Holdo gives him the lead, and this is where Leia, again, this is all post ESB, shit's in disarray, but this is when she's finally like, you know what, it's time to go save Han. So I guess that's new canon too. Leia herself actually left with Chewie, Lando of all people, Lobot, to go to this auction, all right? And sure as shit, Lando is still quite shady at this point in time, still has no love for the Rebel Alliance, because we learn that while he is going to help Leia try to rescue Han, he's also going to follow up on his promise to Bib Fortuna to give him this protocol droid that the Rebels use to create a new code language. So Lando is still planning to sell out the Rebels, even as he's helping the Rebels. So this Lando, to me, is one of the more interesting characters in this comic run, because we didn't get this Lando at all in Return of the Jedi. By Return of the Jedi, he's a fucking general. He is pulling off maneuvers at the Battle of Taneb. He seemed like he was all for the Rebel Alliance. But at this point in time, he's still ready to sell them out for what they did to Lobot, trying to get this protocol droid to talk. And even on this mission, he is bringing this droid to shoot out an airlock to sell to Bibbs. So he's getting shady. But typically in what happens to shady people, as the bot's getting flushed out the airlock, he goes, wait, I can actually save your friend Lobot. I can actually fix him. Even though I fucked him up, I can save him. So Lando's like, oh shit, just flushed him out. I didn't tell anyone what I'm doing. So now he's trying to get, Chewbacca to do a U-turn to pick up the droid. It was a very Lando type of moment, like more young Lando than old Lando. But anyways, the comic ends with the Falcon crash landing on the planet that Crimson Dawn is holding their auction, because the Black Sun faction shows up like right out of hyperspace, right where the Falcon's at. Chewie kind of runs into him, starts a little, hey, you hit me, I'm going to hit you type of chase. And, Chewbacca can fly that hunk of junk pretty well. So he gets away, but they do kind of crash on the planet right next to where they're going to have this event, and that's where it ends. So we're at this point in time, the Rebels are ready for the auction. The Hutts are at the auction. Vader is almost there. I have a feeling this week I'll learn more about that because that releases on Wednesday. The bounty hunters aren't quite there yet, but they've picked up some new information. So right now, I think issue 2 of War of the Bounty Hunters is going to fully dive into what is Kira really going to do with Han and Carbonite. Is she going to sell him to Jabba? Does something else happen in between? Because we all know that at some point in time, Boba Fett does get his quarry to Jabba the Hutt. We just don't quite know how that's going to go down at this point in time. We know Boba wants to kill Kira now because she stole Han in the first place. So will he do that? And is that how he gets Han back and delivered to Jabba? Will something happen at this auction that allows Boba to get Han back before the auction takes place? Who knows? But that's why I'm digging the War of the Bounty Hunters, which I believe is going to continue up until this fall with all of the Star Wars current comic runs. So like I said, not a long one there.
I got 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
How's the art?
I'll tell you what.
Matt's been complaining about the Star Wars, the most recent Star Wars.
So I will tell you, like the Darth Vader book, it was a cool story, but I kept getting pulled out of it because I forget who the artist was, but they kept using scenes from the movies that I could clearly see when they were drawing Han at this angle. It was from that scene in Empire. Or when it was Luke, like it was literally the same angle that they used from a screen cap.
Right,
you know what I mean?
They're not necessarily doing that, but I will say it seems like I don't know if it was over the pandemic or whatnot. They couldn't get the certain guys and gals in, but I feel like the main Star Wars run and the Vader run got a little wonky looking on the art, but these recent runs, it's gotten back to normal, I would say. It still seems like there's a double panel in each issue that seems to be, all right, this was our huzzah art piece moment for this issue. But overall they've gotten better. But I'll tell you what, in 2020, late 2020, some of the art was getting, I don't know if I call it lazy because I can't even draw a straight line, but it just did not. It looked like 1970s comic book art and illustrations. The coloring didn't look saturated. It did not look great.
Interesting.
But the War of the Bounty Hunters run to me have been pretty damn good. I mean that black Boba Fett when he spray painted himself all black and called himself Django, that was a choice looking panel right there.
My other question is on Holdo, and you may have said this. So I always assumed that Leia wore gowns and things like that in sort of a she's royalty, right? She's royalty. To me, she's royalty. Even though she's in a military situation, and she didn't always wear that. She wore some military clothes, obviously, every once in a while. So what's Holdo's deal? Is that just a thing for officers, female officers in the rebellion? Or is it just a statement of her?
It seems once you get on a flagship and you're at the general level, you have to wear like ball gowns. Because even Leia, she threw on her blue one for TLJ. She was was dressing like the rest of her forces in TFA, but by the end of TFA and into TLJ, she was wearing some pretty regal looking shit. But no, in this comic, Trevor, I would almost say she was sporting Jyn Erso's poncho look from Rogue One.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. A little bit more practical.
Right.
So I didn't know if we knew that was some sort of indication that you were an officer, or if it was just from your background on whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. That is funny to think about.
Royalty, you wore these gowns, and if you weren't, you didn't.
Yeah, it is weird. You think about it.
Weird.
I mean, really, even in the original trilogy, if you look at General Dodonna and stuff, I mean, he has on like a muumuu almost, right? Like, I mean, they kind of have just flowing roby type of stuff. So you may be onto something. You may be on to.
Just thought that was where they were from, or something.
You may be onto something there. Once you hit a certain level in the Rebel Alliance, you kind of dress like it's old England and you're going to court or something.
That's for success. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like a basketball coach. It's like a professional basketball coaches all wear suits on the sideline. It's the most impractical shit ever. Like, you're running up and down the sidelines and you're yelling at your players and shit, and you're in a full suit. Like, I think
football coaches.
I used to like that when the football coaches.
Football coaches probably do it the best. They're like in between basketball and which is just, to me, it's hilarious. But baseball, that the managers wear fucking uniform. I mean, you gotta love that these old guys are dressing up with their stirrup socks and putting on like knickerbocker knickerbockers still. But yeah, it seems like the NBA takes it too far. The NFL gets almost slovenly especially with the likes of Belichick,
Bill Belichick.
Exactly. But then you have baseball where they're still pretending they're actual players. Yes, dear.
It's true.
I'm leaving now. Goodbye.
Where are you going?
I'm going to store to get the Barbie first that I want, and then I'm going to swim lessons.
All right, bud. Do well. May the force be with you.
May the force be with you always too.
All right, there we go. She got the whole thing right. May the force be with you always too. Yeah, sorry about that. She doesn't give a fuck about what Daddy's doing. I mean, I could be teaching a classroom full of students that paid thousands of dollars to take my class. She'll still come right on mic and be like, "Hey, I need to eat. I need a snack." It's like, well, you're 5 now. Go up and get it. You know where they're at. I see you all the time in the candy bag. Why do you need me to get you the good snacks? You somehow find the sugary shit by yourself, but when you want like an actual meal, you need the old man. All right, so that's kind of my update. We'll be doing another one next week because I believe Darth Vader releases this week, and they're all crossing over, so we will get that recapped for you. All right, so good thing Trevor is here. He's another collector. We're moving into our collecting segment of the show. So, we're getting close to the end. We're getting close to fan segment, which means we probably got another 3 hours to go here. But we're not going to...
As you guys do this, I will take my
go ahead and take your
break.
piss. So far, I'm feeling good. I may have fixed my prostate issue for some reason, but
yeah, really, dude, amazing.
This could be the 3rd episode in a row where I don't have to break to go take a leak. But anyways, Trevor, let's.
I thought you got one of those leg catheters or something like that.
I've had a catheter before. I would never be able to stick one of those into my dick hole by myself. I don't know how people do it.
No, I think it goes over.
I've had them, man. That they jam like this green bristly tube right into that hole.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like a sports, like a stadium pal or something. Like
you know what?
And then
I've always wanted to at least try an adult diaper at like a concert or a sporting event, because I'm someone that once I start drinking and I break the seal, it's over. Like it's every 10 to 15 minutes, which ruins the event. And
oh yeah, no, I'm with you, but I can't. No, there's no way I'm sitting in my own.
Yeah, you'd have to be pretty fucked up to even pull the trigger, right? Like to even get it started, just sitting there. Yeah.
I don't think I can do it. Anyway.
Yeah, so let's get to all these stupid exclusives that were revealed last week, and I'm a little angry because, like a lot of you in the collecting community, those of you that are fans of Hasbro, I mean, they have the Star Wars license, they put out the Black Series, they put out the Vintage Collection, they tried their hand at the Hyper Real. Who knows what's going on with that? But these days, it seems. And especially in a capitalistic nation, it seems like they don't want to make as much money as they could possibly make anymore. Because last week, and this is nothing new, Trevor, this has really been kind of the trend with a lot of these Hasbro reveals in 2021. They seem to grab some highly coveted figures and make them retailer exclusives, which always sucks for real collectors, because anytime you hear the word exclusive, your heart kind of drops, because you know that the experience of getting it is going to be a nightmare. It causes FOMO. You start getting your click finger ready, and you know for the most part you're probably going to lose to the bots anyways. And you're either going to have to kind of have an internal conversation of, am I going to take it up the ass willingly and get the figure through eBay, or am I just going to forget about the figure, or am I going to try to get lucky and just refresh on a random day at a random time and maybe some stock will be in there? And
am I going to renew that Prime membership?
Yeah. The Hasbro Pulse shit. That does nothing. No, it's awful. And I'm sorry you missed that episode when I made that PSA, but no one should ever pay for the Hasbro Pulse VIP, whatever it is.
I got sucked in, man. I got fished in.
I've done it myself.
I've done
it myself once. I'll never do it again. But all you really get from that, and it's not even that big of a benefit, especially if you just buy stuff, is free shipping. That's really all you get.
Yeah.
But you get free shipping from there anyway, as long as you spend like $30.
If you buy 50 bucks.
So
yeah, exactly. Yep.
So that is a waste. And they sell out of standard Black Series figures in like 3 minutes. But that I've already railed on them for that. That makes no sense to me. If I'm Hasbro, I'm making these fucking things and I know the fan base wants them. Why would I ever give them to other retailers to sell? But hey, whatever. I guess I don't know their business model. But last week, they did more of their bullshit, right? They unveiled some, what I would think are highly coveted figures for most Black Series collectors, in particular in the Imperial Crosshair and the Bad Batch Rex, as well as the 212th Clone, all right? All of these were made retailer exclusives at the worst possible retailers. All right, I know Target gets a bad rap, but sometimes if you cross your fingers, rub your belly, and jump on one hand or one leg, you can actually potentially get a Target exclusive.
Not for me. You wouldn't even think that there was a Star Wars section in my Target.
Well, yeah, I mean,
most of the
now let me put in the caveat of if you have a yak face provided link beforehand, because otherwise you can't find any of these fucking exclusives on any of these sites. It's like they purposely hide the shit to allow the bots and the assholes to just sit there and suck them all away right when the green light goes on. But I mean, Crosshair, Walmart, Rex, Walmart. Right when you hear that, you're like, well, I have a 10% chance of getting these for retail. 10% at best. I tried for them, because why not? I keep telling myself I'm quitting Black Series, but I really like that Imperial Crosshair. And, you know, Rex is cool, even if the figure is a little janky. It's a shitty poncho, whatever. But I was going to try for them. Yeah. I went there right at 1 o'clock, right? Gone, sold out. Apparently Walmart didn't even turn the fucking the ability to buy them until like 1:07. So it's just, this happens all the time with these retailer exclusives. They're never available at the time they tell you, and if they are, they're gone within a minute to 2 minutes tops.
And then with this Prime, why are you not, if you're touting the fact that you can get some of these retailer exclusives on Hasbro Pulse for a limited time for Prime members, why not give me that? Right. And you don't even get that. There's no benefit to this Prime whatsoever. And yeah, Walmart, forget about it. You'll never see it on the shelves. You can't get it online. It's a shit show, man. And I don't understand, because like you're saying, do you not want to make money?
That's what absolutely just drives me insane, Trevor, because you would think that they have data and they have analytics. They visualize these analytics. You would think they know trends, they know buying trends. They can probably analyze social media chatter to put a general interest level in a new product. You would think, especially with Star Wars, with all us nuts out there that are, into our elder years, some of us still FOMOing out on little pieces of plastic. You'd think they'd be like, hey, you know what? If we sold more of these X widgets, we'd make more money. But no, it's like, I think I even wrote it in this article. They must get such a steep premium from the Walmarts, the Targets, and the Walgreens that they're like, you know what? It's not worth selling more by ourselves, which to me still makes no sense, because I would think if...
But okay, forget selling more by yourselves. Why doesn't Walmart have more?
I know.
Like, if the point is Walmart, we can make a fortune and we want the exclusive to this. Okay, here's 400,000 of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go nuts, because you're going to still get those scalpers who come in and buy them all up, and there's still going to be more. And the way to get rid of the scalpers is to have such a glut of them out there that nobody needs. There's no
market. I mean, the only reason,
and they're still going to get sold.
Exactly. I think
the reason that they do these exclusives is because it causes less logistical problems for them, and it's cheaper. So like instead of like you said, they get some sort of payment from Walmart in order for Walmart to stock them and distribute them. If they keep it, they have to ship 50,000 units out themselves at their own cost, because after $50 it's free shipping.
That I get. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it from the Hasbro
that's probably
Pulse
why.
I get it from the Hasbro Pulse angle, although you did charge me $50 and I really have gotten shit for that. But from the Walmart angle, why are there just not more available? I mean, these are all mostly pre-orders too, so it's not like a matter of like, well, we've got to guess how many
you. Yeah, I mean,
and like, well, we only made 100,000, so no, you could sell 400,000, and maybe they've been tooled, they've got all the pieces, they just haven't been run and painted, and you can turn around to the factory and say, hey, listen, we need 200,000 more of these things because we just sold
I don't even think these are released until the fall. Okay. They could easily take the pre-order numbers and make them.
Yeah. And honestly, like if they adopted the Hot Toys, or even what Mythic Legions does, is they just take orders for a month and then they produce to that amount of number plus whatever they think they can
sell.
Like
they'll do a little wait list and a little general inventory, but that's it.
Yeah, they overextend it, but like Hot Toys knows how many they're going to sell. You know what I mean? And yes, you have to wait a little longer. It might not be available in 2 months. It might be 4 months or 5 months or 6 months. But people get used to that.
Dude, I mean, Hasbro Pulse doesn't even ship new figures first. Like you can order from Hasbro Pulse and you will get that wave quicker from another retailer.
People taking pictures, and I'm checking my Hasbro and it's processing. And I'm like, Jesus
I don't know.
Christ,
it's just it's odd. And to Nick's point, yeah, I mean, there is business, but as someone that doesn't collect like we do, you should you can almost feel the intensity of the hate of the community now for Hasbro. So why Hasbro may be saving some bucks by not having to deal with the exclusives, they're definitely burning a lot of fan bridges. And I think a lot of the executives are probably like, they're just fanboys. They get upset for a day, they'll forget about and buy our next launch.
Here's the problem. Is if there was legitimate competition for them in the marketplace for figures that are of a similar value and of a similar quality, then they would have to meet the demand of the user. Now they don't. Like they realize that we're the only ones, like we're the only 1/12 scale at this price point that people can get that's legitimately licensed. And like everything else is either more expensive or is not of the same style. Yeah,
so they're like, we'll let assholes make a bunch of money off of our products on eBay instead of us making that money.
if somebody else, like if another manufacturer got the license that was putting out 1/12 scale figures at the similar price point, and there was like legitimate competition between Hasbro and them, then it would be buttoned up.
And here's what I'm thinking, like, yeah, the higher ups are probably, like you said, Nick, like they don't care. You know what I mean? They're not dealing with customer complaints. They're just, we made our money, you know, show me the numbers. This is what we're going to do. We did that. Great. Fine. Whatever. Move on. I just don't know, like, even like the marketing people know this. And like, I can't understand the reasoning, because it's like at one point I thought, well, maybe they're just creating demand to keep this whole steamroller going. You know what I mean? Like, ooh, I've got to get that one because it's exclusive and it's hard to find and I don't want to miss this one, so I'm going to get on it right away. But like you said, it's a constant thing now. Like you can't get any of these G.I. Joes. You can't get these exclusives. And like, so you're not really building, at this point, you're not building excitement or some sort of exclusivity and chase in the thing to keep the excitement going. You're pissing people off at this point. You know what I mean? And it's like, I've seen so many G.I. Joe people who are interested in G.I. Joe say like, I'm not going to collect the series. I just don't care anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. And like Matt, I mean, Star Wars fan, like we're both sitting here going like, I'm kind of done with Black Series. Not even gonna.
Yeah, I mean, I still have a little bit of a mental sickness on those. I mean, I think I need to go in and I need to recancel my Rogue One reissues. I definitely have realized I don't need all those again. But this year in particular, my Black Series purchasing has declined immensely. Now, it doesn't help that I've just shifted the funds into more expensive shit, but the Black Series line is falling out of favor for various reasons. One is just how much room they take up because I have so fucking many. And two, the experience of buying them sucks now. I mean, if it's not a regular release that you can get anywhere, it's not even enjoyable. I mean, I used to sometimes even like the hunt, even an online hunt of like, okay, pre-orders are coming up. Hopefully I'll get in. And yeah, look, I got my order. And that was, you know, you kind of get that collecting high, but now it's just, it's a shit show.
And let's go back to what they also announced, which was the what do they call those? The reissue ones, right?
The 50. It's the Power of the Force card backs. So the red card backs from the 90s.
No, not those. Not even those. The other ones, the ones with the black back, are the reissues of the archive, where they did
archive release.
Like, Revan archives. Who needs Darth Revan at this point? Like, who needs that figure? You know what I mean? Like, you can get that figure anywhere now from the first release. Why don't you release the stuff that we couldn't get in the first place? You know, that was hard to find. You know what I mean? Another Leia? I mean, really?
And they still have not corrected her face. they cannot get a decent looking Carrie Fisher to save their lives. But yeah, I guess that's our Hasbro Bitch Fest. I mean, the Bitch Fest continues even into what they did last week with an exclusive TVC 4-pack. And this was this awesome Bad Batch inspired vintage collection 4-pack on Amazon. And I know it was Amazon, and sometimes Amazon you can actually get in and they give you more than a minute. But this is another one. As soon as it went live at 1 p.m. on Amazon, it was gone. I mean, gone. Just temporarily unavailable, sold out, notify me. And this, especially for the TVC crowd, this is a choice 4-pack. I mean, you get the Rex, you get an elite stormtrooper, and then you're getting 2 clone captains from the Bad Batch. And with the quality increase in the TVC, it's becoming quite a good-looking line again. But another exclusive, another one that's probably on eBay for 4 or 5 times the $60 retail price. And it's just another Hasbro exclusive shit show, as we like to call it here.
Yep.
All right. Well, the last little toy thing we want to talk about, and this isn't bitching, this is just kind of a PSA, and even though I've stopped collecting the pops, whenever I see some cool-looking Star Wars pops, I will at least let people know they're out there, and Trevor may appreciate this, but we've got even more of what they're calling the concept-style Funko Pops now, and we know these are Ralph McQuarrie concepts. You got Han Solo there, and the 2 versions of, you got the Stormtrooper with the lightsaber, and then you got a Snowtrooper. But these are all standard, and if you're interested in these pops, we'd love for you to use our link.
Guys.
That Vader looks mean,
that
man.
is one I wanted for
guys.
sure. The McQuarrie Pop Vader is fucking badass. That really is.
Yeah. They're very
So
cool.
would you get the?
That's really the only pop I would own.
Since we can't afford color here at the Star Wars Time Show, did you get the? Is that like an all chrome one, and then the standard release?
Yeah. The metallic blue. I don't even know if there is another one. Is there are there different ones?
Yeah, no,
I don't
that
know.
is dope. I'm starting to
really
think
cool.
I mean, I guess they did honor McQuarrie's Vader helmet very closely to his original vision, but I think his was still a little more angular.
More angular, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if I showed you the one that I use, well, you can see it in the picture. That's the one I used.
I just look at all his
cool.
shells behind them, and what do? You do 3 figures max per shelf?
I don't know. He's got the whole modal
you should
nodes
see you got the modal nodes back here. The bounty hunters are crammed.
All right, good. That because I've actually had people give me shit that I try to put 6 Hot Toys in one Delot shelf here.
Oh, I've got to rearrange so my Return of the Jedi.
And it doesn't look like you do stands for everyone either, so that makes me feel good too.
Only the ones that just don't stand well on their own.
Those ones, I break their legs. I teach them lessons. I'm like, you fall over again, I'm going to snap your fucking tibia. So,
good for you.
All right. So, hey, Nick, it's about that time.
Hot Toy. Wait a minute, one second, though. Like, how about those Bad Batch Hot Toys, man? I mean, I want this show to be good. Just
yes.
Well, maybe I want it to be bad, so I don't have to collect them. I can't.
Well, I mean, I think that Echo is one of the coolest looking Hot Toys I've ever seen.
It really is.
The Hunter I dig too, and I'm with you. I hope they do the whole set. I hope we get 2 versions of Crosshair. I definitely want the whole set of Bad Batch 1/6 scale. And I think we talked last week and how they opted for the more live action version. It's probably because they didn't want to create any more Tamara sculpts. They just can use the same one on every fucking figure and maybe shave his head.
Well, they nailed that.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah, it's perfect, but no, I actually, you just reminded me, I got to use my $25 off Star Wars item to get my Hunter pre-order in. But yeah, I'm all over that, all over it, dude. I think the only new Star Wars 1/6 scale that I have not pre-ordered are the Stormtrooper Commander, the Mortar Trooper, and one of the Tank Commander based on the Mandalorian. No, not the Tank Commander, the white Tank Commander, but I got the green one on pre-order. But outside of that, I pretty much have the entire Mandalorian 1/6 scale wave ordered from season 1 and season 2. And I blame people like you, so I'm glad you think it's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. I skipped a few of those. I skipped the Troopers.
I got the death. I got the death and a remnant, but I didn't have any troopers though. I'm sure you probably already had a stormtrooper and a death trooper, right?
Yeah.
So I'm playing catch up, my friend. I mean, I didn't start doing 1/6 for about a year or two, so I got to play catch up. All right, so let's go ahead and
use that coupon for the Carbonite Han Solo from Sideshow, which I've been like, I don't want to spend this much money on that stupid thing, but I did.
I don't know. I love Sideshow's Mythos Obi-Wan, but I feel like some of their other shit just misses the mark compared to Hot Toys. Sculpt in particular. Some Sideshow stuff.
Except for Maul. Maul was really good.
I'm a Maul sucker. I know you hate a lot of the Mauls coming out from Hot Toys, but I got them all. I couldn't help myself. I got the Clone Wars one. I got Old Man Maul. I mean, I just can't help it.
I like Old Man Maul.
Old Man Maul turned out pretty nice, but I think on Clone Wars Maul, they decided to use Old Man Maul's head, and it doesn't quite jive, right? Yeah, I know. I know. Weird. All right. It's about that time to transition to our final segment of the show, the segment that most of you tune in for, or at least tune out for, and that is the fan segment. Starting with our question of the week, which again, if you want to get involved, make sure you're paying attention to Star Wars Time Show on Instagram. That's our main platform, where typically Tuesday mornings, I will solicit you all for a question of the week. And depending on how not many people reply, you will typically see your response read on the show. After we do the fan responses, we're going to get into the top 5, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. So let me go ahead and switch the screens around here. Let's bring up the old Slack. Where the hell?
I feel like I see Bastajan went off this week. He had a long one.
Yeah, I'll read his. What the hell happened to my? I guess I've never used the. Yeah, hold on. I got to do a little copy and paste real quick.
Wow.
Yeah, we're good. I can edit scenes while we're live. It's no problem here. I have to paste in the Slack. The Slack. What do you call it? Scene.
Ooh, look at that
window.
I will paste a duplicate. All right, perfect.
So while Matt's doing
it's already up. It's already up.
I want to show you guys the. So my quest to support artists is continuing, and as you all know,
now you have to buy something from Trevor. He stayed on the show for 3 hours at this point.
I looked up Trevor. Here's your problem: your shop is not linked in your Instagram. I had to Google you, and I found it. So
I know I got to get that shit straightened out. You can actually buy it through there, but it's a little kludgy.
I'm going to see if I can. Let me turn off my background. So I got my print in from Phase Runner, and this is not a Star Wars print. This is a completely custom print, and I gotta tell you guys that Phase Runner. I mean, he's a digital artist in Photoshop. I mean, it's a relatively large image, but it is beautiful.
Who's this?
Huh?
That's gorgeous.
Which artist is this?
Yeah, this is Phase Runner.
Oh, nice.
So this is like a digital manipulation that he made, and I just thought it was like I was going through his page and I saw like this is one of his original pieces. It just stands out so much. I love the almost like Blade Runner type of coloring that it has.
I was going to say it's
like
very Blade Runner.
Yeah, and the cat with the girl.
It'd probably look a lot better if we
used
used color on our stream versus black and white.
Yeah, you can't see the colors because. Don't worry, Trevor could see the color.
I think your colors look great, man. You should go to color. Go to color. Let's go to color.
Let's go to color.
That'll blow something up.
65 now.
So I got that piece in today from Phase Runner. So fantastic.
So is that illustration over photography, or is that complete illustration?
That's complete. So this is, from what I could tell, like Phase Runner is a compositor. Like I'm sure that so there's no photography in it, and I don't believe that there's illustration. So it's like it's completely made in Photoshop, and then like some other people like have some I guess he's compositing in some other pieces.
So he's illustrating the woman and everything, and the cat and everything, or he's using like stock model or something like that.
I think he uses stock stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, like he uses like stock images, but then he's able to like. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I don't I'd have to reach out to him to see if he actually does like draw anything, and then
we should
goes
probably
in
figure that
does,
out
like,
before we label what type of artist Phase Runner is. We're like, oh yeah, he just finds shit on the internet and puts it together. I mean, he could very well be drawing this shit out. Not to mention we're breaking down an art piece that no one can see, so we probably should move on to the question of the week. We know we know the routine at this point in time. We've got a Star Wars show in season, so the question is always going to be, what did you like about that last episode? In this case, we're talking about the Bad Batch and the one with the cowboy. So up first, I believe, is our friend, yes, the author, Darth Hideous, aka Star Wars Toy 73. Let me take a few deep breaths for this one because it is a book. All right. So last week we had the return of the king. This week we have the return of the Mac. Let me tell you, I don't see this coming either. And again, we read it as written. While we were still on Braca and the remains of the Batch are coming to terms with how they make ends meet in this new world they find themselves in, the answer is right under their feet. Literally, the Batch have gone from spec ops to mercs and now to arms dealers. Modern problems require modern solutions, as they say. It was great seeing I guess that's Crosshair, back as his edgelord self and using his knowledge of the Batch to put maneuver them. Okay. Again, he shows his homicidal conditioning as he completely happy to incinerate the Batch in the fucking ion engine of a Venator, but ultimately it blows up in his face. Literally. He takes a hot load in his eye. Then we get the cherry on top as we see Cad Bane. What a savage. For someone you're supposed to hate, I feel lots of love for this character. I'm glad they didn't kill him off. It would have been a waste, and he once again shows that he's the fastest gun in the galaxy by getting the drop on Hunter. Not killing him, mind you. Once again, this show proves it's not just filler. It brings all the drama and suspense you expect in 24-minute blocks, and I can't wait to see where this goes. Whew!
I can't believe these people write this shit on Instagram, man. That's insane.
No, yeah, Bostajan.
There's sometimes this is one of our Australian fans. There's sometimes he gets up at like 3 a.m. to make sure that this is in the queue, so I see it.
It's like an editorial.
Hey, I appreciate the dedication.
We literally had to tell him, like, he would write pages worth of stuff, and we literally had to tell him, like, man,
yeah,
you gotta
I was starting
to
essentially do like little plays based on his responses.
I remember that. I remember listening to some of that.
Yeah.
All right. Up next, this is from young Liam here. I love the scene after Hunter was shot by Cad Bane. The perspective of the inside of the helmet and the sound design of the scene was perfect for Hunter's reaction to being shot and his panic for Omega being captured. True. And I do believe that is one of the first times, if not the first time, that we got a first-person perspective in Star Wars. Well, next I guess technically, did we get a first person when Anakin was in the pod racer and you see the two forks going through the desert?
Oh, yeah. I guess that counts,
there you
go.
Right? Through the binoculars, though? And Luke,
it wasn't through the
I guess
binoculars, but it was like you were like cockpit. You were like lined up with the cockpit.
Yeah, I mean, Trevor's getting technical now, but I'd give it to him. I'd give it to him, Alex.
Scanning the landscape.
Yeah. All right, up next.
The stretch.
The next Clone Trooper Creation says the music and atmosphere of that one scene, the one with the cowboy. Yeah, I mean, this is another one where like they've done a really good job with music in this series. And a lot of people have been recognizing it even in previous episodes, like how the musical scores come in at the right times, or like the way that their sound editing works, and like pulling emotion from certain
Kevin
scenes
Kiner does a really
so,
good job. He's the composer for the Bad Batch and the Clone Wars. He does a really good job kind of building upon what John has given him, but also weaving in some new composition.
Indeed.
Okay.
All right. Next up, Star Wars.
One of my favorite stop motion animators. Did you see what he did for us last week? Cool. I'm glad I remembered to put him up here because now it reminds me. He did a great little, because he kind of likes to do homages to what Robot Chicken did with Star Wars and its stop motion. And he did a little skit with the Emperor. And essentially, the at the end, he gives us a shout out because Palpatine's like he's posting a picture of Vader, but he's typing on the phone and you hear him go blah, 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 hashtag Star Wars time show blah, 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 hashtag. I was like, yeah, Star Wars Black Series clips. You know how to stroke my
Black
ego.
Series
I love
clips,
you.
It's literally like Robot Chicken.
It's great.
Like quality, just super high quality.
He's gotten, I'll tell you what, I believe he took up the hobby during the lockdown last year, but I think he does it with his family or maybe his son, daughter, I don't know. But he's gotten really damn good at smooth looking Star Wars stop motion. So check him out at SW_black_series_clips. But he said, hard to beat the return of Cad Bane in this episode. I've been hoping to see his return in one of the Disney Plus shows and glad we got it earlier than later with Bad Batch.
100% agree. Good.
And then last but not
least. And then EKU Rory just says Cad.
Well, I know this guy, and let's just say he's not the deepest of thinkers. Okay.
So there we go. That's the most that you could put together.
Cad. Yeah, good for you, Smith. Way to go, buddy. All right, so let's go ahead and switch things up one more time on the screen here. Bada bing, bada boom. We are back. That's right. It is time for the top 5 Star Wars fan artist features of the week. As we usually do, I do a little bit of an explainer here just in case we have any new listeners, which I think we do. This I'm not seeing. I think this is Joey Dahl's first time. We appreciate you listening here, Joey, as well as leaving some comments in the chat. We like that interaction. But the way this top 5 goes down. So on Instagram, make sure you're following at Star Wars Time Show. And anytime you share something Star Wars related, especially if it is artistic, be it the toy photography like at 1/6 Shooter or the real ass paint like at Super Scoundrel. Speaking of which, congrats to Super Scoundrel. I don't know if anyone else follows him, but it looks like he worked with the governor. He worked with Schwarzenegger to design something based on Arnold's Conan character.
Some of his apparel.
Yeah,
line.
it's pretty like sweet looking. I don't know if they're like gym shirts but it's a play on Conan the Barbarian, which Arnold played many years ago. Yeah. But kudos to Devin for landing that deal. That's pretty awesome. But anyways, if you're in the real ass paint like Devin, or tattoos or cosplay, whatever, make sure you're following at Star Wars Time Show. You don't even really have to get in the fun. What you do have to do though is tag at Star Wars Time Show, and hopefully also use hashtag Star Wars Time Show. And
yes,
if you're lucky enough, my dumb ass will look through those tags every day, and I typically share 12 a day. You can go look at today's shares. They were done earlier this morning. And at the end of the week, Nick will go through 7 days of 12 shots a day and pick his favorite 5, which we will then talk about on the show. So that is where we're at now. Hopefully you're caught up, because we just did our previously on the Star Wars Time Show for you. So anyways, Nick, let's let them have it. Who are the top 5 for the week of June 14th to June 21st, 2021?
Okay, Trevor, do you have the post pulled up? Are you along with us?
I can see it. Yep.
Okay. Good stuff. So the first one up for this week is Captain Ficky _BBT, and he has a really awesome Kylo shot. This looks like Tross Kylo, because you can kind of see some cracks in his mask there a little bit. So it's like Tross Kylo with his lightsaber ignited, kind of staring into a snow-ridden sky and like wringing his hands. It almost looks like he's on... What was the planet? What's the planet on in Tross where him and Rey got into the scuffle through the Force? Mm-hmm. I can't remember.
Yeah, I forget because no one cares about Tross right now.
It was Starkiller.
Yeah. So no, not.
It's the one where they found.
Tross. Tross.
It's the one where they found Babu Frick.
Yeah, the one
and
where
what's her
Babu
name
Frick was. I can't remember the name of the planet.
And this goes to show you that I have some issues with Tross, because typically my stupid brain memorizes all this useless information about Star Wars films, but I have no clue. I don't even remember remember what's her Zori Bliss.
Kijimi.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, Star Wars Time Show. We know our Star Wars.
Kijimi, yes. So it looks like he may be on Kijimi here, but I don't know. I just thought that the shot was really good. It evokes like a sense of emotion from Kylo, because you know that he's an emotional guy. And I just like the posing of it and the whipping. Like you get to see the cape whipping in the wind.
It's got a little bit of to be or not to be to the pose. To me though, I don't know what Trevor will think. You know, he's the pro. But to me, it was the light. I like the overhead light and how that kind of accentuates Kylo's head and really the entire pose. But also having the red light back there to kind of mimic what the lightsaber would be doing. And it's just, I don't know. I typically, you know me, I like the more static looking shots. I love the crazy stuff too and the highly detailed dios. But I always like a shot that just kind of stands out for featuring a portrait of the character. And I felt like this was a good, clean, crisp, well lit shot of Mr. Wren.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I agree with you on the light, and I was just trying to pull it up on your feed so that I could get a closer look at it. But he is looking up there, because I did see this when you posted it, and that overhead light like that is always evokes sort of a, I mean, for lack of a better term, a heavenly feel. You know what I mean? He's almost looking up for some sort of guidance. It really shows the character off really well. You know, like you said, he's got that red glow behind him there's still that little bit of evil in him, but he's still looking to be good. And he's
it's almost like he's asking, is he asking his real dad? Is he asking his granddad? But like, help me, help me, father, help me, grandfather. Like I'm being torn again. I'm being pulled between both sides.
Yeah.
So it does.
And it's nice framing with the rock behind it. It got all the lines kind of bring you into the character. It's a nice shot.
I'd say the rule of thirds was applied here. This is Capt Ficky _BBT. So CAPTFIQI _BBT. And I believe he actually is a real captain that flies for, I think, like Malaysian Airlines or something like that. Like I said, I indirectly start to learn a lot about you toy photographers through the Star Wars Time Show and the Top 5, because I'm seeing your work every morning, every week, every month, every year. So I guess you could say I'm a creep. I kind of creep on people and know what they're up to.
Creeping on everybody.
You're stuck.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you for the shot. Well done at CaptFicky _BBT. Follow him on Instagram. Next up is a great shot.
You did it again here,
Red
Nick. This is a first
Toys.
and first. You seem to do this every week now, but this is a first and first, which means at Red 5 Toys was featured for the first time by myself last week on our Instagram, and then within that first feature, Nick chose him for a top 5. So we almost need to develop a medal for that we won't send to anybody, but we'll at least say we have a medal for a first and first on the Star Wars Time Show.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able to do that. But this shot is of Rex, Captain Rex, running down a corridor of some sort. I can't really tell, like the walls.
Oh, I know what that is. That's that fucking ubiquitous Nova Rivel nonsense that a lot of people use.
That thumb killer.
Yeah, I built it once, Nick and Trevor. It has not been disassembled since. Whatever build I made for my ubiquitous, that's how it stays. Because like Trevor muttered, it is the thumb blaster.
Yeah. So what we see here is Captain Rex running down a hallway, gun drawn. Got some nice kind of atmospheric smoke leaking up through the bottom of the floor, and then also you see some bokeh happening there. So he's in the middle of some sort of battle. He's either running to or away from. I just thought it was a cool little action shot here with Rex.
I mean, Rex always looks good. He is one of the better looking Black Series figures. I mean, he has such an iconic helmet, especially with his own little paint additions there. And it is. I mean, it's a good run pose. The focus is on the character. There's really nothing going on in the background. You got again nice overhead light, kind of spotlighting where your eyes should be going. And I'm thinking, I think the smoke might be practical, but the particles probably are post. You never know, but that's my take here.
It's hard to tell there. Yeah, you might be right, but. Yeah, all the lines converging towards the head. The head is the brightest point of contrast in the shot, so that's good. That's where your eye goes, and it's a really cool use of the ubiquitous, to just kind of line them up as walls on either side. I guess he's got it on the bottom too, though. That must have hurt.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Nick, this thing it's just maybe
it's painful.
I just don't have the patience for it. Someone that uses this really well is Visual Approach. He'll like put his on top of space walls and almost turn it into a roof of sorts.
Well, yeah, I mean, Visual Approach. It was him and 97 Parsecs that almost made the top 5 this week, but I was like, I put them in so many times recently.
You were deciding to be generous.
I can't do it again. I was like, we got to get some other people in here. But yeah, I mean, this is a fun shot. I mean, everybody loves Rex. So, and I think that Red 5.
Yeah, but Red 5 is like brand new, so make sure check them out on the journey here or them.
Yes. He only has 7 posts for Red 5 Toys. I believe that he has another page, but the Red 5 Toys is his Star Wars only.
From what
account.
it looked like to me, they were doing toy photography, and it seems now they want something a little more dedicated to Star Wars, so they branched into another account. That's where we're at.
See, that's
only
cool that you guys.
Followers.
That's cool that you guys did that though, because that's like when you start out. Like when I started out, I think it was like probably my 8th or 9th shot or something like that. It got onto top toy photography, or something, one of the aggregate things, and it just like it was like it makes your week, man. You know what I mean? It's like
no, I'm not gonna lie, like kind of peeling the curtains back a bit. We've been doing this for Nick. It's gonna be 3 years in November.
3 years just on Star Wars
just
time
Star Wars time, but that's also
over three
that's
years
when
that.
I kind of made the decision to have the toy community help spread the word about Star Wars Time Show by spreading the word about them. So if you think about it, I have been every morning, and these days it takes almost an hour. Every morning I go through the Star Wars Time Show hashtag and tags and look at and curate art to feature on our account that Nick then picks as a top 5. 3 years into that, there are days when I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Why am I, sharing all these other people's shots? I could be using the time to make the show better, to do more promo for the show, like a promo pic for Trevor coming on the show. But no, every morning, even on fucking vacation, my friends, I am going through the hashtag Star Wars Time Show and the tags of the account to curate pictures to share. But what Trevor said right there about his experience is why I keep doing it. Because I know...
Yeah.
As lame as it may sound to people outside the community, but getting your shot featured on a bigger page that has more exposure and is dedicated to toy photography does make you smile. And as much as I hate humans and as angry as I may come off, I do take pleasure in the fact knowing that the simple act of re-sharing someone's toy photography can make their day. That's what kind of keeps me doing it. That's why I like doing it for the show. Yes, it has helped us build a little bit of an audience. I understand the give and take between accounts that feature versus just create their own content. I mean, I'm never going to say we're a full feature account because I put out video content. Yeah. I put out the show. We put out posts. But I understand the dynamic between what we're doing. But it really is. It's just knowing that the fact that someone seeing their shot show up on Star Wars Time Show will make them smile or may make their shitty morning a bit better. And we get it. I know Nick doesn't really dive into the Instagram, but there's not a day that goes by where we're not getting a DM like, hey, thanks. That really made my day. I always love when you guys do this. I was needing something to pick me up. So that's why I continue to toil for all of you Star Wars artists out there. Even though you motherfuckers don't do anything in return for the Star Wars Time Show, like rating and reviews. I'm going to give Trevor some props here. He is responsible for getting Joey Dahl subscribed to the show and watching the whole thing. That's all we're looking for. So kudos.
It's not about reciprocation.
I know.
Have you ever listened to the end of the show?
Well, would it kill you to watch?
I like tweaking people's titties on this show. But anyways, yeah. So I do it because I know it makes other Star Wars fans and artists feel good, and it gets eyes and ears on the show, and sometimes people are dumb enough to stick around after they've listened to us pump up their head on the top 5. So it all works out. It all works out in the end. So that is at Red 5 Toys, a first. Make sure to check them out. And this next one here is from one of our favorite artists, right?
She's one of my favorite. This is at Jailer Doodles. She is literally, I don't know if Jailer works for Disney. If she doesn't, she should. But what she has is a portrait that she made herself of Omega from this would be episode 7 of the Bad Batch, when she, it might be 6, when she first gets her light bow and she's training with her light bow. I mean, so taking Omega, drawing her in Jailer style, she looks just like a badass Disney warrior princess. I love her use of color. I love her use of post-processing effects to make the light beams on the bowstring. She's another one that it just, every time I see a piece from Jailer, it just fucking blows my mind because of how talented of an art, a real ass painter, like an illustrator that she is. It's just it's incredible.
No, I mean, again, and she's another one that always is like, hey, you guys are awesome, thank you. But no, you are awesome at Jailer Doodles. We are just two idiots that can, repost something to Instagram. You're the one with the talent. But like Nick said, I know we just had one of her pieces on recently, but I'm going to go out to her full page and you can kind of get the entire scope. Look at this little crossover here. You got Hera and Tali from Mass Effect working on like a car engine, which I just think is brilliant because, you know, they're both kind of technical women. But yeah, I mean, look at her art. I mean, look at the Ahsoka surfing with Morai. You got Ahsoka in a bikini there catching a wave. But as Nick said, she definitely. Look at this Bad Batch poster done in the style of
The
Last of Us. Jesus, I mean, just wonderful ideas. This is the one we had her on the last time. Her slave Leia. Just an amazing. Like you could see this slave Leia in, you know, like the Lion King. That's what her style looks like.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I mean, it almost makes me want to see something like this in a Disney style for Star Wars. You know, like a true Disney classic animation style for Star Wars. I would love to see that. I would love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe one of the Visions artists will adopt a style like this. But it is. I mean, I think the Disney style, the animated style, does work quite well for Star Wars. She also has it in here for some Marvel stuff. But just
she's got a great grasp of anatomy. Like that's the key to that stuff. You know what I mean? Because you have to exaggerate a little bit, and the bodies aren't exactly, you know, perfectly anatomically correct, and yet you have to get them to look, you know, like they're actually, you know, moving the way, you know what I mean? Like there's some exaggeration in the limbs and things like that, but like the arms on Leia there, like they're obviously too long, but it works. It's incredible. Like a little bit of a balance between caricature and reality.
I mean, for like I said, someone that can't draw straight lines or circles, I still look at people like Jailer or Super Scoundrel. The rest of you out there, sorry that I'm missing you. It doesn't make sense to me. Like Vincent, when we were talking to Vincent, who does this professionally for movies, that this shit comes out of people's fingertips. It's not right. Okay.
Well, it's insane to me. Like if you scroll down a little bit, she did one of Into the Spider-Verse. You can't tell the difference between that and the actual
like a
movie.
clip. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know, man. I still feel like all real ass painters, artists have made some sort of deal with something, some entity out there, some sort of soul selling, some sort of compromise. But I think it's worth it in the end. If you can literally render this stuff with your digits, it just, I don't know. I mean, I start repeating myself when we talk about real ass paint. I know I love it.
Get a replay on the Star Wars Time Show for an eternity in hell. That's totally
exactly.
That's right. You just have to listen to the top 5 segment over and over and over again. All right, moving on. Up next, we have what we got, Nick?
At Platform 327, and this is a shot of the cowboy himself. This is a shot of Cad Bane calling back to his resurgence on the Bad Batch episode, and it looks like he may just be walking through the deserts of Tatooine. He could be somewhere in the galaxy where there's no civilization around him, but just like I love
he even got a stogie in him. Like Platform 327 even grafted a stogie into Cad Bane here to really give him the Clint Eastwood look. I mean, he's got the poncho, he's got the hat, he's got a stogie in there. I've become a big fan of at Platform _327 because they typically shoot outdoors, natural light, and then, you know, mix in some atmosphere, and a lot of times that's just a choice setup. I love the dynamic shots that some of the community creates with the crazy dioramas they build, the walls they craft out of fucking styrofoam. But I think just because I started shooting outdoors because I didn't know any better, I'm always going to be drawn to natural outdoor or naturally lit outdoor shots. And Platform 327 definitely excels at that style.
Do we know where he comes from?
Like
where he lives? It looks like
if it's out
Colorado, or what is it?
No,
he does not say in his bio.
It does not, but I think you might be onto something because either this is their backyard or they go somewhere, but it does look like that, you know, kind of mountainous, craggy type of locations.
Say he's got a great locations for this stuff because you can really, outdoor photography is tough because you've always got stuff that's out of scale.
Correct.
And you've got to work around that. But like Like when you got a lot of sand and rocks and like little bits of grass to come out in the background. It's great.
Yep.
Great stuff.
Yeah. I just thought that this was like, it like captures the essence of Cad Bane as a character really well. And it really does fit his Star Wars aesthetic.
That's as gunslinger as it gets. I mean, like this could be a direct nod to Clint Eastwood in that poster where he's got his stogie and his head's tipped down a little bit, and it kind of has that poncho going on. But that's a primo CAD shot from @platform_327. Give them a check. They're a fairly new account too. I believe they just hit 1,000 a few weeks ago, and I think
they're 1,200.
We can take credit for that, just like Super Scoundrels meteoric rise. That was also due to the Star Wars Time Show.
Yeah, all Star Wars Time Show.
Isn't it amazing, Matt? Like you being a toy photographer as well, like how much great stuff is coming out of people who just are jumping in and starting out and have like a couple dozen shots, and you're like, shit, man, it took me like a year to get to
that
this
is
point.
funny,
And,
but
people are jumping in.
I still feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you feel like it just, like this whole art form at least came into the public spotlight around 2015, 2016, right? Like that seems when people are like, you know what, I'm tired of hiding this stuff from people. I'm going to start throwing it on Instagram and see what happens. And now it's exploded. And like you said, I mean, is it, are these new people, do they just have more reference material because there's that much more toy photography out there, great toy photography?
Yeah.
Or is it a combination of having that reference but also having some skills already? Some of these people may have been shooting other types of items.
True.
But
you don't know where they're coming from, but I think there is a lot of reference and with the behind the scenes stuff, which when I came onto it, there wasn't many people doing.
No, I think you definitely hit on to something there. And you know what? Good for these new accounts because they are exploding. They seem to get in favor with the algo. 97 parsecs photography is one that comes to mind. I believe within 1 year, it went from 0 to 10,000 in like 9 months. And that's that's a result of his dedication and quality. I mean, those shots are pretty intense setups. They look great. Regular posting. It really is these days. If you want to get a following going and you don't want to be buried by the algo, you have to produce great looking shit. All right. I know a lot of us like to blame the algorithm, why we're not getting the likes we think we should. And that plays into it a part. But typically, and I've gotten better at it, I realize I'm not putting out some of the quality that other people do. And I probably get the likes I should. But it really is. If you're a regular poster and you're putting up content that is high quality and improves month in and month out, you will build a following. You will eventually go viral. You will get to the 5-figure level followers, or like a Plastic Action into the 6-figure followers. But it really is. It comes down to being dedicated to the cause. IG will punish you if you do not post on a regular basis. Like we said last week, I am losing bot followers because of my lack of access. It's emailing me, hey, did you forget how to sign in? It knows I'm dead and it treats my account that way. But if you post regularly and you're posting quality work, it will happen. It will happen. Because I was one of these people leading the charge thinking that, my work should have been getting more than it should have. And you know what? With some hindsight now, it shouldn't have. I wasn't really doing anything that great. The 300 to 500 likes is about where I think my skills land, and that's okay. That is okay.
All right. So that's @platform327 on IG. Thank you for the share. And moving on to the final member of the top 5 this week. This is @Star Wars Collection 2021. And he's got a pretty cool looking Boba Fett in the middle of the desert kind of sandstorm shot here. Like there's some small little issues with it for sure that I can see, but I think that like the pose is good. I think that like what he's going for in terms of his shot composition is pretty good. And I think it's like a really good representation of Neo Boba.
This is another first, by the way.
Yeah. If you look at his page too, it's interesting what he does. Like Star Wars Collection 2021 basically picks one setup and then takes pictures of multiple figures in front of it. So he's a new account, 171 followers, but because of like this method that he does, he has 114 posts already. So he's just like using.
He's got a shitload of kick-ass figures too, like big scale figures. I mean, clearly a 1/6 scale collector. I mean, he's got the Hoth Luke. He's got a Hoth Han. I didn't even know they had a Hoth Han. He's got that Cad Bane clone trooper. He's got all sorts of custom clones. I don't know. Trevor may know more than me. Did they make a lot of these clones back in the day in the 1/6 scale, or a lot of these custom aftermarkets?
I can't see what you're talking about, but I mean, Sideshow made a lot.
Yeah,
of
it's Sideshow then, because they pretty much.
Yeah, all of his shots are tagged #Sideshow collectibles.
Yeah.
Basically every shot.
Clones,
you got some Hot Toys in there too, but yeah, I mean, basically his account just started 4 weeks ago, and because of this method that he uses, where he basically has one setup and he just like plugs in different figures into it, he's already got 114 posts, which is pretty incredible amount over 4 weeks. And some of them come out okay, some of them come out need a little bit of work, but I thought that this Boba Fett shot was really cool. I like the pose, I like the environment that he put him in. There's a little bit of overlap with the blur on his weapon and some other some other places on his body, but I think overall it was a pretty majestic looking shot.
The old Neo Mythos Boba there. He's got his little rags on him.
Yeah, I would say I really like the tone. It almost gives me, at least in this series that I could see quickly that you showed, it's almost like a watercolory painted tone, which is really, really nice. It's a little muted, and the light is nice. If anything, I would say it'll just lay off the effects. Like, I think that sand is photoshopped in and stuff like that, and I think less is more maybe with that, because then you'd avoid things like, I think he maybe got the tip of the gun blurred a little bit when he was doing something like that, or but man, I mean, just overall, it's good composition. Yes, it's a centered shot, but it's a good pose. The hand is a little wonky holding the gun, but I love the tone. The tone is great, and some of the other shots that you had in this environment looked equally as cool. So if you could work on this and get this look without some of the extraneous stuff, I think it's really nice.
Yeah, big fan. So that's the end of the top 5 for this week. So Matt, take us to the end of the show.
I will gladly do it, because I think by the time I'm done expelling my hot air, we will have hit the 4-hour mark with our good friend at 1/6 Shooter. So sorry about that, Trevor.
And you didn't go to the bathroom.
I did it. I
that was impressive.
Maybe I am wearing those adult diapers after all. You will never know. But no, I actually am probably going to piss myself if I don't close out quite quickly, because I'm doing one of those. I don't know how females deal with it, but guys, when you got to go 1 and 2, you have to fight which muscle to hold more. So I've been letting out little bits of gas while trying to hold my urine still in my prostate. So let's wrap up E167, which we started with the great at 1/6 Shooter. We talked to him about all things Star Wars, talked a little toy photography, because you know what, you guys get that on other shows. We wanted to learn about Trevor's Star Wars past, his passions, and what he thinks about the current slate of Star Wars projects. So we started with Trevor, then we moved into our Bad Batch breakdown with a bunch of other ancillary stuff to talk about Bad Batch, some speculation. Will we see the Cad and Boba duel? Will we see Cad and Boba interact again? Who knows? Maybe it'll be finished in the Book of Boba. Either way, we talk some Star Wars, and it's time to get the fuck out of here. So let's head on over to StarWarsTime.net. That's right, my friends. That is the home base of the Star Wars Time show. If you ever want to get a preview of the content we may be flapping our gums about, you will find it on StarWarsTime.net. But more importantly, that is, it's like our jump off point. If you're sitting here going, hey, those guys didn't suck too bad, I might want to subscribe to their show on a podcast platform. Well, you know what? StarWarsTime.net will have all of those links for you to jump out to. Apple Podcasts, sign up. If you do so, rate and review. We really love to get that type of interaction from you. We also can get you over to YouTube from StarWarsTime.net. Right here, subscribe. Guess what? I have it set up so as soon as you click on the subscribe button, it's going to subscribe you. You don't even have to click twice to sub to the Star Wars Time show on YouTube. Just don't forget to click notifications so you get the little app pop up when we release content on the tube.
Hit that like.
Exactly what he said. Like, comments, pass it around. Think of it like the clap, right? You want to give it to your best friend. Share it. Share the Star Wars Time Show like a STD. Maybe
I think this may be your problem.
Maybe give it to an enemy. What's that?
Likening the show to an STD.
Hey, again, you're never going to get a normal, sterile Star Wars nerdcast on the Star Wars Time Show. I am not normal, and you are going to get some of that play out on the show itself. I can't control it. It's unscripted. That's how we do it. But we know there's always time for Star Wars Time. And if you listen to the Star Wars Time Show, the Force will be with you. Always.
Always.